Bing bong. Silence and snowfall. The experience within your body could only be described as something more familiar to a machine than a person. Ignition. Engine locking in on itself, whirling gears. Flame coalescing inside of your iron form, functionally forcing back the cold and the darkness. But at the same time, you drive forward with human instinct and impulse. You walk towards a large building as something distinctly inhuman walks at your side. She bounces occasionally, sending almost little pings throughout the area. It sounds like someone throwing rocks against glass. She sort of stops and points up and she's like, "What do you think these are? Obviously they're not streetlights, so they need to be something else, right?" She looks at the underside. You see a long slat on the bottom of it, an opening, and your body sort of disregards it immediately. Likely some sort of food or energy distribution system. Almost intuitively, you sense it. Not what you're looking for, not what the goal is here.
Yeah.
You walk forward towards a large building. The person who guided you here was none other than the person currently standing behind you, looking at you with an expectant smile. When I stopped and listened for a while, it seems like, at least as far as this city goes, the organization when it came to military personnel or their direct equivalent would be this building. Genuinely speaking, the beings here didn't have what we would call a traditional military. They were primarily, almost natively, your eyes are drawn to the front of the building. The language is unknown. Most of the door's shape is not meant for something of your size. It's meant for something much larger, but for some reason, your mind sings with the resonant characters up on the nearby panel. This is listed as a place called the Chemicary. Say stops and is like, "All right, give me a second, I'll get us inside." She moves over to the panel and starts to mess around with it. You stare up at the large building. Tell me, what's running through your head?
He's looking at this large building, thinking about, like, what the people who used to use it must look like for it to have to be this large in the first place, and also thinking what might be inside, and if it will be actually useful or just another waste of time.
Her face splits into a smile as the door slides open. Well, I spoke to the ground, and I spoke to the various metal implements in the area, and it seems like this place was of great significance for the people who were once here. So, here's hoping it's something important for us too. She walks in with that same confident smile. You move inside the building. And again, you feel heat wash over your body. You're here, but you're somewhere else. You feel that flame almost coalesce inside of you. You feel your body growing long, wretched. But the cold again sets in. You enter a room almost dedicated to, you can tell, different implements of warfare? Probably. Gears lock in your head again as you look around. You recognize probes, actually very similar to the Geist probes that you used formerly in previous missions. They are currently applying some sort of field to the area around them that is rewriting the material and allowing other things to drip in. You look at the ground around you, and you see almost an ocean as deep as stars, undulating across the floor. Large mushrooms play underneath each of these probes. State bounces across the surface of the astral ocean. Oh, very familiar, actually.
Yeah, the mushrooms, the probes, the ocean. I guess some things just keep coming up.
She continues moving forwards, looking around to either side. So, is this what you're looking for? Is this the power that you're missing?
Power that I'm missing? He just kind of looks around. I mean, it's pretty underwhelming.
I see. All right, then. Perhaps we could dig a little bit deeper. She moves her way into a large hall. This area has long slits in, it has long slits around the rim to outside. Obviously a storage area for, the way you imagine it, rifles, swords. There appear to be hangars, but they're all empty, at least currently. Say moves her way forwards. And then spots a terminal and actually scoots up. She starts tapping away at it and is like, she sneezes. A thick layer of dust and snow making her briefly explode. She's like, sorry about that. I sneezed on the terminal. Anyway, she continues tapping away. Huh. Interesting. All right, you might be invested in this one. The primary purpose of the chemicary is not only to research different chemical combinations, but also it's to contain something.
Contain something?
She slides a finger up and down it. Yes, something that even should the world end, it should remain contained. So great a threat is it that even the ruins wouldn't survive its release.
And does the terminal say what exactly that thing is? Or
the words for it are quite difficult. I'll try to understand. It moved towards the plinth if you could. I'm gonna bring it up.
What's a plinth?
She points over there.
Okay.
A plinth is a wonderful old thing. It's looks back down. You're already walking away. Tap, tap, tap. You move forwards, and there's something resonant and almost pulsating in the blue. Give me a roll to die.
Yippee! Let me make sure I dropped. Yeah. Roll to die. Alright.
10. Okay. You move up to the plinth in front of you as you feel Say working on the terminal behind you. You hear hisses and pops from what appears to be a large drum beneath your feet. This is the very top of a seal, and looking down, the best way to look at this would be a gigantic barrel, something extending deep into the fabric of the world. You focus on it for a moment, and you feel like your dream is disrupted. It's a call from far away. You feel again fire against your skin, your metal skin, as a voice resonates out. Give me another roll to die.
Okay. Hey.
11.
11.
It almost feels like a hiss or a pop. A cry or a crackle across a radio more than anything else. It's not some deep demonic resonance or some other power beyond. It's someone trying to communicate with you from a distance. Fire. Fire. Another pause. Hiss. Crackle. Judgment unit. Shouldn't be active. Silence. Fire to control fire. The god's blood within your body starts to hiss and boil to the surface. And you feel yourself somewhere between the old and the current world. The god's blood swirling through your veins, attempting to show you something.
A dream within a dream.
You feel, at least at this moment, the stimulating effects of the god's blood. If that memory that you were experiencing moments ago was something that your suit was trying to show you, this place is stimulated further by the god's blood popping inside of you. Now, in terms of what other forces currently exist within the Pyromancer of Laughter, there's only one other one that would have a voice this loud. You've been quiet this far. You've been successfully containing them, but it seems like the god's blood is giving them reason to speak. Give me a roll to do to keep the voices down.
Alright. 11! Yay!
11! You hear a hiss move through your body as one of those things that you're keeping suppressed inside of you swaps out of the light and moves up alongside you. It drags itself slowly forwards, and then another, and another. They all start to move in.
Do they seem hostile?
No! They approach almost listlessly, and then pause around the outsides of the circle.
Okay.
They freeze here, and then look. A voice. Ooh, you go. No, you've got the first question.
Do you guys have anything to say?
Their voices start to rise and sort of click into place. Almost metal tubing aligning with itself. Finally, we have capability to speak. Pyromancer of Laughter, you're looking for power, are you not?
Probably, yeah. Depending on what you're selling.
The other one touches down. The strength we offer is one of cooperation. A hiss, almost resonating throughout the building. We're dancing against the snowfall. You can tell your suit is trying to pull you away to that earlier vision, but these creatures inside of you are keeping you rooted firmly here. They want to talk to you now.
Cooperation? With what exactly?
We want to reclaim the lives we've lost. The world of the living has grown cruel, fused, colored in its vanity. A dancing mockery of what life once was. They move forwards. Give me a roll to die again.
12.
They move in. Getting a little closer. You manage to keep yourself sane amidst all of these voices. One by one, they start to rasp over one another, but your mind holds strong, at least for the moment. You comprehend something fundamentally. The dead abhor the living. These hands that covetously clasp forwards wish to take the life of the world and absorb it for themselves. There is power here, certainly.
Look, I can understand you all are eager to reclaim the life that you've lost. But by giving me your power, you're not going to reclaim life at all. You're just going to die again.
They move in. Would it change the world we perceive through your eyes? They continue moving in on you.
If you just have a little bit more patience, you might actually live a happy life.
Happy life. Moving deeper. Join your voice with the chorus of the dead, and we will sing with you.
I'm sorry. For the most part, I'm a solo act.
Give me a roll to do. Push back against them.
Yippee!
Yeah! You start to resist this growing presence inside of yourself that almost like you feel your responsibility as the pyromancer of laughter is tending these things, but right now they're asking for you to become something, and you shove back against that hard. They stumble backwards, and they start to almost feverishly dive for you. You get a sensation. They're diving for the god's blood that you've just discovered inside of yourself. Tell me, how do you repel these things?
I don't repel them. I simply try to return back to where I was before I was here.
Oh, you're give me a roll to do.
Roll to do.
Love it. Okay. You feel the dead that boil inside of you start to ooze to the surface. Long, almost pitch black chitin starts to lock up your armor as your body is submerged within the chorus. But you keep yourself separate. And again, your consciousness starts to fade away. You try to bring yourself to the chemicary, that area that you were in before. But all that you're feeling is that sensation of flame. If the first vision you were given was your suit, a remnant of an old pyromancer trying to share with you something, and the second were these spirits of the dead trying to scream something, what's left? Flame licks across the surface of your body. It's a simple answer. All that's left is fire. You feel your body burn keenly. It spreads over the surface of your metallic form and starts to grow larger. You feel the shape that you assumed in the swamp, now properly manifested, but it's not quite the same. It's far older, more ornate, something intentionally carved this way. The vision you see now isn't you versus something you encountered in the swamp. The vision that you experience now, Ace, is an ancient battle. You look down at both of your arms, elongated, long claws and flame wreathed around your neck. Ace, you made a movie about this once. You made a movie about the god of fire. something immeasurably large in front of you raises 2 palms, and you watch as light begins to coalesce in its hands, forming an utter abyss of darkness. Give me a roll to die.
Alright. Okay, 14.
Add 1d6 for movie experience. You beat the 15, and your body, large, metallic, and draconic, slides its way effortlessly to the side as Upwind extends its palms and rends an entire segment of this world pitch dark. You look over and quietly see the formation of the desert around Fuse City. Your body begins to burn. What do you do?
I mean, there's only one thing really can do, is go to fight. So, what I'm going to do is, run up here, and then, let me pull my character sheet fast. Okay, so, basically, I'm locked in right now, so I'm gonna roll the die.
Of course.
To just, like, try to take a swing at this thing.
Excellent. Okay, so, as the god of fire, you can naturally ignite. Doing so will cause an explosion in every adjacent space, annihilating all material without a trace.
I mean, fuck it, ignite. Yeah, let's go, boys.
You feel the fire lick to the surface of your body again and explode outwards as yet another segment of the world is dyed pitch black. Upwind stumbles backwards for a moment, watching a segment of its leg consumed by the blaze. It starts to back off. For some reason, you intuitively sense there's a civilization behind it. It has not once let you pass. It's showing its back to where Beleth or the Silt Islands would once be. It readies itself again. Give me a roll to die.
So, while I do the roll to die, what am I feeling in this moment?
Power.
Power?
Power overwhelming.
Do I have any, like, specific anger towards Beleth as a country? Or am I just simply lashing out at everything around me?
Oh, you're focusing on your own mental state.
Mm-hmm. I want to understand what the God of Flame is feeling in this moment, actually.
Let's go. Okay, give me another roll to die. Add 1d6 to it. You're literally method acting right now.
Roll to die, 1d6, 1d6. 18.
18. What is the god of fire feeling right now? You get a strange sensation as your body starts to move forward a little bit on its own. What was the god of fire feeling? You feel almost a shrill screech moving over its body. The god of fire, this great being of metal and flame, jumps up and attempts to attack Upwind yet again. It was given orders to do this. You feel a pinprick on your chest. You fly backwards, landing, sliding back through a line of woods as you feel a gravity well burning into your chest as boom, 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 boom. All of the trees in nearby area lock inwards on your body, entombing you in a perfect sphere of dirt. You feel that the god of fire, which you once knew as a cultivator of civilization, tried his best not to let that order take hold. The large body sweeps and performs a fucking strong arm, almost like a move almost like a sumo move as it juts its palm forward and you fly backwards, ball and all, and boom, bounce through layers of the woodland. You felt the god of fire's helplessness. Bam! Battering against not only Upwind in front of him, but also against a body that now rebelled against him. You slide to a stop. What do you do?
I'm gonna try something a little crazy.
You gonna try something a little crazy?
I want to sync with the God of Flame.
Okay, let's go.
Right.
Roll to die.
Roll
We
to
love
die.
the sync mechanic in this house.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Got a
then,
flame.
does this count 1d6 because method acting, or?
Yes, it would count 1d6 method
We'll see.
acting.
I'll see what it rolls, and then I'll see what I'm doing.
Got a flame would be rolling actually just this.
10.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can mark out to really like?
Yeah, oh, easily.
Yeah, fucking math. I love math. 2? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you got that 2 right there.
Got that 2 right there. Yeah, get rid of the lock out my yellow.
Get rid of the yellow? Okay, you lock out the yellow and you sync with the God of Flame. So, I have a very, very important question.
Yeah.
Do you sync with that inner consciousness or the body that's currently under orders?
The inner consciousness is the one that is being controlled, right? And doesn't want to do this, correct?
The inner consciousness does not want to do this.
I'm going to... God. I'm going to sync with the inner consciousness.
Yeah, love it. Okay, cool. So, you sync with the inner consciousness as, again, the body rears up and starts moving, one step after the other, crushing trees beneath it. You feel a moment of despair. You know that these woodlands were once home to the civilization that he raised. You know that the being in front of him once helped him cultivate this entire area. You feel the despair as everything rebels against him, and the outer exterior of this body starts to glow. His suit started rebelling. It takes another step forwards as Upwind readies himself, and you feel the consciousness inside that being almost twitch backwards over its shoulder. Upwind arms up, raising both of its arms up in a defensive posture. Fire begins to lick around you. You feel the heat in the machine start to rise more and more and more, boiling to the surface. And you know for a fact, nothing in this woodland will survive the conflagration. But you resonate with that figure inside. Ace, I'm gonna give you a God of Fire gift. You focus in and you hold on to that bit of consciousness as the blaze grows more and more. Upwind taking a step forward, arming up and preparing. As you know, the desert will be made in mere moments. All you feel is fire. Your eyes slowly open again. Your own metal body returning properly. Your consciousness finally returning to the surface and taking control of a body that rebelled. You look around and all you feel is fire. God's blood leaks from every part of the suit, and your body locks into place, hemorrhaging the material. You look around and you feel the effortless devastation. The path of carnage that led from the depths of the swamp to this point. You fidget. There was so much power there. The person in front of you breathes heavily. She's barely hanging on.
I finally found it.
You say that out loud as your body locks into place, and unable to move any further, you lie inert, staring at the sky above. The last segment of foliage protected by the God of Upwind, Mike sees you fall and slowly slides down, landing and planting her ass in the middle of the devastation, unable to move as well. She grips an arm that hangs loosely. You get the feeling during that vision, it wasn't a god you were fighting necessarily. Elsewhere, Basil.
Hey, to the person who just showed up in chat to the flaming town and said 30 minutes late, what did I miss? I'm so sorry.
Yo, it's been real. Anyway, some stuff happened. Hey, Basil.
That's me.
God, that's fucking funny. Let's do this one. You've been wandering the swamp for a little while, getting used to your new body.
Yeah, tell me about it. No, actually, tell me about it.
You've been opening and closing your hand. You're like small now. Like, you're not used to being this small.
I was
Your body-
always small.
Now it's more so.
Now I'm
You-
chibi.
Your tiny rotund shape is springy. It doesn't appear to need to eat, which is probably good. Also, casual reminder, you have ults.
Yeah.
You've adapted to your new environment reasonably well. Most of the predators, if they're bold enough to attack you, do stuff like carry you away in their mouths before getting upset and then spitting you out otherwise. You get the feeling that you might be toxic of some variety.
It's sad to know that I don't taste good.
Truly deep, profound, but for the most part, it's been hard. No reflection, no... All of the training that was pre-programmed into your brain by Geist doesn't apply to a body like this. You're moving weird, and... Basil?
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry to say this. You've got shoes on.
That's okay, I'm not hot.
You've got large boots.
Yeah.
Moving is really weird.
Yeah,
You're
I
like
imagine.
kitten mittens.
Yeah. Just like a little snowman.
Yeah, you're like one large marching step after the other.
I imagine it's that experience of having a snow day and going out to play and you're fully bundled.
Yes, exactly. You're just walking along like, okay, and as you make it there, you hear a large disturbance traveling down the way. No. Yeah, this... No, this one. A large procession of people are coming towards you. What do you do?
I'm gonna go sit on this rock so I look cool.
You make it over to the rock. Basil, that rock's really tall. You like... kick your feet and you boom, touch down and you sit and you're like, ah, perfect. Ready yourself. She's so happy. And you see a long line of people carrying, again, already pre-boxed stuff. Like, you immediately recognize the look of refugees, likely from some nearby combat. And actually looking at it, there is flame peeking its way over the top of a nearby tree line. This guy sort of runs up and is gonna pause. Basil, roll to die for me.
Okay.
Okay. This one stops looking over at you and like pauses. You get the feeling that there's a moment of like fear of like, oh god, a monster. And then it pauses. And it's like, hey, anyone lose their stuffed animal? Like pointing over there and walk. Whoa. Whoa, that's awesome. Look at how big it is.
She doesn't move.
They all start to actually close in on the area, and Stefano.
Yeah, Stefano's just been shepherding like refugees out of the burning town.
Yeah.
You know, like Mike said she had it handled, so Stefano just was grabbing people and like he was definitely doing the come on, keep moving, go this way, like
Yeah.
like ferrying everyone, trying to get them to a safer location. And then they're like, did anyone lose their stuffed animal? And Stefano's like, no one's come through here yet, right?
Basil is going to understanding that she's here in the swamp to learn how to survive in her new body.
Yes.
She's going to recognize that the best way to survive is to fall off of this rock and fall down with a squeak.
Basil, give me a roll to do.
Okay.
Oh my god, you're just got boom, squeaky. Hold on, little girl. Grab. Lift.
Just as planned.
Hold on.
Can you carry that?
You see the little girl. I'm gonna give control of her to all players. She nods. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay if I keep it, right?
I don't think anyone else here owns it. He says, like, turning to the crowd.
Huh. Stefano, give me a roll to die. Looking at this. A lot of this stuff seems kind of familiar. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure you've seen the pristine one collecting stuff like this in the past. I mean, makes sense, it is the swamp.
Can I see that?
Okay.
I just need to make sure there are no weird creatures inside of it.
No, it's normal. She's scared. She's like, she's attaching. She's holding on to it as tight as she can.
Pats her on the head, and he peeks the scarf back. He's not checking to see if Basil's in there. He's checking to see if the pristine one is there. Oh god, is he pretending to be a person? He's like, oh god, I don't want this little girl. How is she carrying him? Like,
hey,
like,
Bryn.
oh god.
Hey, Bryn, real last question. Where's the pristine one right now?
Watching the progress.
You look inside of this form, Stefano, and your trained instincts immediately respond with, you look inside and you're like, he's watching right now.
Just in case. I know what it's like to be in the swamp. I have to do this to myself. He's like, Stefano's like, okay, he's watching, but this isn't him. But he's not watching me, and he shouldn't be watching Say. He says, squinting at this creature. And he's like, what did they do while I was gone? He's like, I leave for 15 minutes.
As Stefano takes her and pulls her in close to investigate, he can hear a whisper. Hello, Stefano. The big guy's soup is not very good.
There's several seconds of blinking. No, it isn't. Oh, he's gonna put you under his arm like you're a big plush toy. He's gonna look at this little girl and go, I'm sorry, dear. I think I might need to take this with me.
No, she's like genuinely getting very distressed.
Could I trade you for it?
For what?
You wouldn't deprive a child of a marketable plushie.
Stefano. He puts his hand behind his back and unsteadily pulls out an Argos plushie. The hardest decision he's ever made.
Oh my god. Okay, Argos. We're gonna see how much of a fan this little girl is.
Oh no.
In my time of need.
She looks at the Argos plushie and it's like, no, I want the big one. That guy's a gamer.
You don't like gamers?
No.
I see. He puts it back. Stefano looking down at this person he doesn't know, and he goes, he's like got like guesses, you know?
Yeah.
But he's like, I'm not gonna make any assumptions. He's like, should I just? He like looks at it and goes, should I just? He's like trying to figure out if he should just tell her, like, what's your goal here? He's like, what do you want out of this?
I'm just trying to survive. Apparently, we long for the swamps.
We do.
Suddenly, Stefano, it all clicks. This is a stranger in the middle of their survival exam.
Would it be cheating if I? He's like, you're.
There is you would know that there is one rule. There is one rule to the swamp test. You don't get help from the other strangers.
Just don't like do anything weird. He starts handing this little girl basil.
Thank you. What's your name?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
My name's Stefano.
Thank you for saving our lives, Stefano, and thank you for... Looks down at the plush. Time to name... Oh, it's bad. This girl sucks. Hold on. Squeaky is so cute, actually. She's like, thank you for Squeaky.
Stefano just making eye contact, like, no problem. Treat Squeaky well.
Everyone, like, you feel someone actually come up behind you is like, hey, seriously, thanks for saving our lives not once but twice in one day.
Don't worry about it.
You Opia guys really know how to move. You remember the lie that was told initially.
Thanks. Actually, now that you guys are heading in this direction, I need to go help Mike. I also need to put out the fire. So, do you think you guys can make it to the rest of the way to the?
Yeah, no, absolutely, it should be fine. It's like I don't know, it's slightly dicey. Hey, like, could we trade phone numbers or something?
Sure. Stefano, who actually has a cell phone, opens it up. Has there been any updates in the group chat, Jay?
Oh god, yeah, no, numerous updates in the group chat. Group chat's on fire. Like, you see, like, first of all, a few things flare to the surface. One, do you have Say's cell phone number?
Probably. Like, I probably gave her a cell phone, like, you know, like, it was probably like, okay, Say, you're going to the surface with everyone soon, so here's your cell phone, and it has my number and Nectar's number.
You get first of all, you get pinged by Say repeatedly. Apparently Ace is passed out. Mike is also barely conscious. The fire is spreading. She takes a picture of a cool mushroom she found also, and that's in the middle of it.
Wow, cool mushroom.
You get pinged repeatedly also. From like you get updates from like Melly of all people right now, where she's just like chilling. Coincidentally, both of you actually get pinged by Melly.
Yeah, is Melly updating the group chat, or is Melly DMing me personally? Okay, yeah.
All of the above. Melly is a serial texter. She does not
Basil's
stop.
gonna look at her phone.
You look at your phone. That works as a perfect scene transition in a second. I will update you what Melly's sending you in a hot sec. But otherwise, it seems like the guy you just traded numbers with is organizing various refugees from the area. The devastation was not that one town.
Yeah, no. Stefano's like, I need to get the fire out. I need to get Mike. I need to get Ace. I need to get Say. Don't know where GK is. he's like, okay, first things first. Mike. Second things second. Say can handle herself. Ace is in a metal body. GK can handle himself. I need to put the fires out and get Mike.
Yeah.
Hazel is doing her initiation test, so I don't know about that.
Weirdly,
I'm actually not allowed to interfere.
Weirdly, you feel like this group of refugees just got safer? Maybe.
I don't know anything. I'm like, bruh, I left for 20 minutes and you guys made another stranger. He might even message Nectar like, what's up with the new stranger?
Oh.
Basil's going to wave as she's taken away.
Stefano waves at you.
Basil, you go off with your new family, and Stefano, you dart back in the other direction. This works as a perfect time to intersperse this scene. On the surface, someone's cell phone goes off repeatedly as she receives multiple texts from not only Stefano, she receives texts from Basil, and she messages back and forth, like, feverishly. She's also text messaging Willow this entire time. Melly is relentless and a fucking force of nature.
It's worse than the AIs who don't need to have, like, bodies to text. Like, they can text in their mind. But Melly is faster.
Yeah, with her long-ass nails, too, so it's tap, 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 tap. Just non-stop, okay? No, that's not tense enough. I need like let's grab like on the surface. Melly feverishly texts. Well, I'll just do Melly feverishly texts back and forth. Basil, tell me what text messages you've sent Melly over the last, like, 96 hours.
Yeah, I imagine she just didn't have service, and she didn't realize that she didn't have service, so she was just kind of updating her as to what happened. She's like, hey, just arrived at the derelict. It's not so bad. It's kind of dark. Hey, just talked to kind of that weird villain man. He's kind of a freak. I don't know if there's any fixing him. The little guy, he's pretty cool. I remember him being kind of cool. He's still cool. The big guy, his soup not good. Heart kind of good though.
It's like all of the like texts that Basil had been accumulating were just sent all at once.
Holy shit, she live blogged this entire thing, and it just, she's blowing up my phone, and oh my god, messages from that guy, interesting. She like looks down at another sequence of texts. What's Stefano messaging Melly?
What did Melly text Stefano?
Shit like, check out my new concert, like, of her performing on a battleship, and then all lowercase, my dad almost died. Anyway, check out the new performance.
Yeah, she gets texts from Stefano like, wow, it's really nice. I'm currently evacuating refugees in Beleth, and your stage singing is pretty good mid-combat.
Oh, thank you. Shit, like, they're messaging back and forth. For context, this is one of the cruisers up on the surface. These people have been fighting for hours and hours and hours. Everyone in this room has been put on a rotation, and functionally, this is their rest stage. Everyone's covered in sweat, it's miserable, they're trading in and out to keep driving the battlefront forward. The door hisses open as Trouble walks in with Ruth under one arm.
Trouble literally throws Ruth into the room and goes, all right, Melly, you're up.
She rolls across the ground and is like, 35 seconds of heaven.
All right, Ruth did a good job of holding it off for a while. She's like looking around. Yeah, you two are current on the rotation. Next up will probably be Justice and Robin after you two get tired.
Melly immediately like swings her feet off the bunk, is like, okay, sends Basil a message back, just like, missed you, lots of kiss emojis, is like, we'll catch up later, gotta go to war.
The last one she gets now that she's looking at her phone again is, I'm a marketable plushie now.
What the fuck? Melly, like, moves her way forwards. Robin, the last few combats have really left their toll.
It's like for the party, they've been traveling to a location. Like, they've been on a boat going somewhere. It's been 6 hours of nonstop combat. Like, it's like the entire time they were heading somewhere, it's just been us PvPing, like, real-time naval warfare, like, real-ass war. But we don't have an army, we just have the people in this room.
They, like, Melly sort of stands up and she preps herself, and Aura moves forward, like, similarly. Aura's been sort of struggling up to this point. It's been hard for him, but you're calling him out again. He's like, shit, really? Like, how long was that? That was like 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we're losing stamina. I'm probably the only fighter here who can actually keep going for a prolonged period of time, but I'll back you up.
I mean, you're probably the only fighter here except, and everyone looks at Sagittarius over in the corner who adjusts his glasses. Why isn't he fighting? Or sort of like turns back around the way. He's like, I'm protecting the home front. He sweeps away and goes up into the front cabin. Right, of course. Justice like looks over to Robin. Hey, how are you holding up?
Robin's like top half has fallen off the bed at some point, and she's laying face down on the floor. Like, just her torso, her legs are up on the bed, and she doesn't respond.
Hey, boss, I'll take care of her.
Couple nods. Okay,
Aura's like, yeah, I mean, just... Okay. He starts to rub his forehead. You feel... Your song of the heart picks something up from Aura. Loud and clear. The two people in front of you are from the Silt Islands. You feel a resonance, definitely deeply from each of them. From Aura, this fighting's getting to him. You notice that his body is shaking slightly. He's keeping up with it, but you feel a new type of pressure. Aura's not usually one to struggle like this, really. But its proximity to his homeland. You feel individual pangs, motes of pain. Aura spent months and years reconstituting these islands, bringing them back just a little bit, back to proper health. But over the course of a day, all of his hard work and then some has not only been annihilated, he's actively participating in it. Weighs heavy on his head. Your eyes sort of trace over to Melly. Melly's been fighting since the early morning, engaging even one of the stronger logic demons and the pyromancer himself. She had a moment of physical weakness, I guess. Her body wasn't able to support herself for some time, and Willow very, very calmly and quietly assisted her with it. But you look at the look in her eyes, there's sort of like a dull resignation. But behind it, there's a little bit of a spark. You can tell that Melly's body will give way well before her will. If Melly falls at any point in the upcoming hours, it will not be due to lack of courage. It will be that she physically could not keep up with the strain. But for now, she has the shield up and is like, okay, going back out to the deck, see y'all there. She is your strongest soldier.
Yeah. Trouble looks over at Aura. Do you think you can keep fighting?
Yeah, I mean, we gotta, right? Like, it's not a matter of can or cannot, like, we just gotta do.
Trouble looks at him. She sighs. She wants to give him a pep talk, but she knows they don't have a lot of time, you know? So she's like, I know this is unnerving, but the harder we fight, the more we get to save.
Yeah. He's gonna...
We should be pretty close to being in the clear. The others should be arriving to port soon, so once we get word of that, it's just a matter of waiting until they're done with their mission, and then we can be done with this.
Yeah, he's gonna lock in this, even though it's a little on the weaker side for him. He tries to suck himself up. About him a few hours, right? Should be good, right? What's our plan? Like, we going for the capital ship or something? We gonna like take him out at the brain or something? He's like fidgeting.
The hope would be that once they capture Stein, Logic will retreat. If he doesn't, I have a couple of ideas.
Okay. Okay. I trust you.
She nods. She gives him a pat on the shoulder. All right, let's go.
Okay. The two of you walk back outside. As shells whistle overhead. But for others, they're stuck in an equally dire, frustrating situation. They are stuck with the most painful of outcomes. For everyone heading to the world below, they're forced to wait. Not only are you all lightly wounded, your ferry is going to take a little time to prepare. As a result, you all have been acclimating yourselves to this dock, prepping the ferry to functionally meet you halfway down the waterfall. Operation Horizontal Waterfall is currently in full effect, but due to certain inefficiencies caused by the war, you've got a little bit of time. This, for some of you, is good. Riddle puts her hand on your shoulder. Okay, Ace.
Yeah.
You gotta restock, right?
Yeah. Also, GM, lightly wounded? Lightly wounded?
I mean, I was
Yeah, I'm pretty
mostly
sure I didn't take any damage.
I was mostly considering the average. Haha.
Will
Anyways,
also puts a hand on Ace's shoulder. Yeah, come on, Ace.
yeah, let's get you fixed up. You need flame, right?
Yeah, I need flame.
She nods.
Yeah,
She's
let's
like,
go find you some other person's flame, Ace.
yeah, let's go find you some other person's flame, Ace. Unless
Unless my flame is appealing.
suddenly good for you, or mine. Wow.
Oh, look at this! I got my arm exposed. Don't leave.
Please. Riddle's like, honestly, very realistically, I need to say this 100% serious. You can't take the full 100% of flame from one person. That would leave them anemic and weak for the upcoming combat, so spread it around, okay?
I'm aware. If
Maybe,
anything, I'll just
like-
go in without that much flame.
Really, you choose no flame at all? To either of us? Really?
Is our flame that stinky?
Is our flame that stinky, Ace?
Look, okay, it's a little bit more complicated than just flame being stinky, okay?
He didn't deny that it's stinky. He didn't deny it.
It's an
Say no.
emotional vulnerability that I have to open up.
Oh.
And it's not just a one-way street, it's a two-way street. As soon as I'm going to start taking flame from you, I might see some things you don't want me to see.
Well, my life's an open book.
Me too.
Well, life is indeed an open book. Riddle, you don't know what is in those pages.
I mean, if you could peer into that closed book. She starts yanking down the side of her sweatshirt like, come on, bite me. Argos, you, camera pans over here as you look off in the distance as Willow and Riddle are like, come on, chasing his ass around.
Nostalgic for when I was rooming with Riddle. Someone else gets to experience it now.
Someone else gets to experience the R&D terrors. You sort of like catch your breath here. The last combat, again, wasn't too heavy on you. But, at this point, something unusual happens. You feel almost like someone connected an aux cord, like the slight hum of electricity, as if a voice is trying to speak to you, resonate with you. Do you attempt to listen?
Yeah, Moshi Mosh.
God fucking damn it. You feel a voice actually almost play across the back of your mind. It's smooth. Familiar, yet not something you've heard before. Finally, the voice rings out, and you hear her speak to you. To think that I would actually win the race. Hi, Argos.
Hello?
This is probably a moment of overwhelming confusion. I am one of your two reflections, and I actually managed to outpace her. That's so funny. It's a pleasure to finally speak with you properly, darling. Fate Weaver.
Hello. I didn't know this was possible without Lace.
It's possible because of you now. I've been curious. Why haven't you told any of the other individuals from your organization about your certain changes?
I mean, you've seen what's going on. We've been kind of busy.
Understandable, but it's by this small miracle that I'm able to converse with you now. Maybe they could wring another miracle out of it. I was worried you might be afraid or they might judge you.
Oh, we just have... I don't want to add more to what's already on our plates, you know? But... okay, this is good then. We can talk now.
Yes.
Just
So,
when I have time.
I'm... I can't believe I won this. She's gonna be so upset. Sorry, single-handed savior, she's such an adorable little urchin. She's been trying this for weeks, and yet here I am. It makes sense. I am the muse of muses. You feel Fate Weaver puff herself up into your mind.
But, I mean, the feedback that's changed me was from single-handed savior.
Mm-hmm.
Are you two getting along?
I'm stealing
Do you
her
interact?
I'm stealing her Wi-Fi functionally, and yes, we do interact.
Okay.
We both have deep comment to what you're doing at any given period of time. Good job knocking them all dead, also. Like, repeatedly, you have an ability or a knack to draw people to your inherent charisma. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Worthy of my patronage.
Glad to hear it.
That being said, I have a demand. Imperious. It's a voice that sings out. You remember the root of this reflection. It's a mixture of two individuals you know, and the horrifying combination of not only their voices, personalities, legends, etc. is so palpable. It's so powerful. It feels like Theo and Treble are both whispering to you simultaneously, as a composite being,
Wow.
with none of the mitigating factors of either.
Well, you know, if I can do something for you, I'd be happy to try.
Forge a deeper connection if you could. Reach out, resonate with the people around you. I want to hear more people sing. I can make you a promise. Argos, today something great will happen to you, and something terrible will happen to you.
That first part sounded like my parents. What?
Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you. Look at you, socializing and making friends.
Yeah.
You feel her
So-
cat-like grin intensify.
Are you literally reading the future or just being mysterious?
She pauses for a moment, and you feel her smile deepen. The future, as far as I understand it, is not something that can possibly be read. I create predictions based on certain circumstantial evidence. But, in most cases, it's a muse's duty to present it as something legendary or mysterious, yes. It wouldn't be exciting if I demystified the entire process for you, right?
I suppose so. It's not I won't even bother asking what it's gonna be.
Do you want me to give you hints?
Give me like a keyword that'll like make sense in the moment, and I'll go aha, and we can have a fun moment of, it all fitting together.
Bonds. And motorboat.
Okay.
There you go. There are your keywords. Chop chop.
Right. I'll trust that that'll make sense.
Well, the dock's currently open. Why not attempt deepening those bonds of yours?
I look around and see if there's any motorboats nearby.
No motorboats immediately nearby you.
Darn.
But you said you look around, right?
Yes.
Your eyes scan over and you feel the presence of a bunch of people suddenly just... Argos, help.
What?
Argos,
What?
help. Is my flame smelly?
Argos, please say no.
Argos, please say no. Please just confirm otherwise.
Well, I'm sorry to break it to you. It's not your flame, it's just you.
I can't
Which-
smell flame, but I have my suspicions.
Okay. Willow, I'm upset with him. I've decided I'm upset with him.
Yeah, I've decided I'm upset too.
We've decided we're upset with you. To look at each other and nod.
I'm glad you just now got to this realization. Now,
Hey Ace, are you could you use some flame? Is that what I'm getting here?
Riddle folds her arms and watches the two of you like, yeah. I don't know. Could he?
Argos summons single-handed savior and forms a hard light grenade and hands it to Ace.
I mean, this
There you
isn't
go.
anything new. He walks away and it blows up.
Okay. Do you think that smelled?
Oh, definitely. So smelly. It's got Argos smell
Smelly.
all
Argos
over it.
smell all over it.
You guys need to grow up. Just because Argos helped me a little bit doesn't mean you have to target him now too.
I'm not targeting Argos. I
Didn't
would
mean
never
to make
target
you
Argos.
jealous.
I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. She puts an arm around you.
Yeah, wise move covering his neck.
She makes perfect eye contact with you. You read each other's minds. Should have been faster, vampire boy.
Listen, Riddle, it's probably nothing against you, or at least he has a good reason in addition. We
Right.
can't really risk anybody getting your, condition.
And especially, Riddle, with everything going on between me and you, I don't want any piece of you inside of me.
Fate Weaver in the back of your head. Oh!
Um,
Oh my god.
and Willow,
Yeah, choose your words carefully.
you're great. You're great. Ace is just like that.
Riddle's like, yeah, no, if you'd said anything about Willow. Wait a second, why am I the only one? Okay,
No, I understand, Ace.
I get it.
I get your secrets. You get my secrets. It gets a little weird.
I'm just looking for an excuse to give you a hard time.
I was just actually really curious about your secrets.
My
They're
secrets,
probably really cool, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's nothing you probably can't read about.
I mean, I
Just
can't
like
read a
the
lot about it.
paparazzi to you.
She like looks away. She's like, yeah, I kind of wonder what you've got cooking back there. Regardless, have you decided who you're gonna go to Flame for? Genuinely, I'm curious. This is like the hottest gossip.
Could you just, I don't know.
Oh, what? Am I not enough now?
Oh my god.
Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
Look, it's not that you guys give me a hard time.
she reaches up and pats you on the shoulder and is like, I give you a hard time because you almost threw me in the ocean.
I didn't.
You didn't, though. Yeah. Which is why it's only a hard time. It's fine. Ace, you go take care of your condition. Come on, Argos, we're getting drinks.
Okay.
Ace, you want me to show you around to other people? Potential, suckies?
Riddle stops and turns on her heel and she's like, no, I want to see that. No, I already promised.
Have fun.
You can come along, Willow, it's fine.
Alright.
Don't call them suckies.
You don't like that word? I think it's a really good word.
I think it's really good.
You're onto something,
Why
Willow.
don't you go beat it?
No, that's Riddle's job.
Riddle turns around and stares at you as if you invoked something. And she's like, I don't know what they're saying, but I feel like I've been called. You guys split up and you go your separate ways. And we're gonna return to this scene in a little while. I'll have moved everyone around a little bit, and you'll tell me who you're gonna go to, who your list of suckies is about.
Stop.
I don't know why, but Willow just loves teasing Ace. For no reason.
Legit that the squad is like, this is great. Okay, hold on, let me play something a little more worrying. Roma, are you here?
Yes.
Fuck yeah. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with the other half of a scene we cut short. Let me grab a song. That's too active. Ace!
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, yeah, dude, I forget. It's like, I forget. It's just like,
Yeah.
you're like, we're gonna change scenes, and I'm like, okay, it's fine. I can
Oh,
just,
yeah,
like,
I'm
you know-
good. No, fuck you. Die. You're still lying there in the middle of the burning village. For context, this would have been about probably 5 minutes after your original collapse. You've had a moment to breathe, but the fire is still licking away around you. However, for all of the beings here, fire is no real threat. Your body looks up and over as you see a figure sitting on top of a pile of bricks looking down at you. Mike is breathing heavy. Your mind is still racing. There's silence for a moment until she disrupts it. So, how was your experience?
Heavy.
She smiles.
He kind of forces himself to sit up.
Oh my god, suit's moving really poorly right now, but it's mobile, barely. But man, as far as a vessel goes, your head hurts at that word. Gah. As far as a vessel goes, the suit is good, but not quite enough.
Yeah. It's never really been as good as, you know. He kind of looks around. So I did this.
Mike sort of stops. Thank goodness you're back with us. Yeah, you sort of dealt with all of those large creatures that came out of the swamp. And you, ate them.
Yeah, okay.
Then you started leaking that almost black ichor. And then all of it caught on fire, and you went on a rampage.
Yep, okay. That tracks. I went on a little journey in my head, but I can kind of put two and two together of what happened when.
You slowly pull yourself up. Mike is like, yeah, Maybe you shouldn't move. You're probably kind of hurt.
Damaged is probably a more accurate term for it.
She sort of pauses. Okay, yeah, let's get you fixed then.
He turns over to say, well, can you at least patch me up a little bit?
I can perhaps assist somewhat with your recovery. However, lying low, at least for now, would be wise. I think if we're caught by anyone in this condition, none of us would be able to put up a proper fight. She says, looking between each of you. Say seems immaculate. Mike, on the other hand, you notice long gashes throughout her body. And looking at her, you can tell she's leaking that sort of like simulacrum goo, the equivalent of blood. She, moves her way over and she's like, we have much to discuss when you have the opportunity. But I believe we should be, and then, at this point, boom, touching down in the middle of the clearing. Boom. Stefano, you appear in front of the trio.
Yeah, he just touches down from above. You're like, oh, there you guys are.
Yes, the situation is currently handled. Ace has been successfully pacified.
But you didn't bother to put the fire out?
Mike slowly picks herself up.
Not you, Mike. He's just putting a hand up you're clearly injured. Ace, can you move? Or, I guess, Pyromancer of Laughter, can you move?
I can move.
Oh, Mike, both of you, how fast can you move?
It's right now moving your body's gonna be hard. The god's blood, while you were using it was like you were living one to the other. It was like this body was alive, but now it's back to being a slab of metal. And every individual point of inarticulation has been highlighted for you.
I can at least get out of this burning town.
Would it be faster if I carried you?
I'll be fine.
Mike?
I'll be okay. Yeah, it's fine. Says making uppies.
Say you do not need uppies.
She turns around. If you wish, I can lend you my shoulder, she says to Ace. Mike, actually embarrassed, walks over, is like, I think it actually helped me move faster.
Okay. Stefano lends an arm. So we have a couple of options as for putting this out, because this is going to spread. The swamp is wet and damp, so it will take a lot longer, but this fire is going to spread. We have a couple of options. We could use swamp water nearby to try and put it out. I don't think they expected a fire of this scale, so I don't think this town had very many precautions. We could try and... He points up.
Oh boy. I'm gonna ask a genuine question. And this is just Laughter characterization. Would Laughter be concerned about putting the fire out in town, or would he be walking his ass out of here?
I was gonna answer that real soon.
Yes.
Laughter just kind of turns over to Stefano. I'm not really in any condition to put out these fires right now. And anyways, me and Say kind of have to walk out of here.
Say starts to walk, and Mike actually squeezes your arm, and she's like, I'll help. She scores up to her full height. I'll do whatever I can. I'm sorry, you might need to carry me for some of it, but we can...
That's fine. Stefano, oh god, I didn't think this would be how this happened. Okay, so effectively a bunch of, almost like a tail of tentacles are gonna come out of his back, and he's just going to lift Mike up with them and then use his arms for other activities.
Mike Mike is gonna wound something first of all. Let's roll 1d4. What stat did Ace get? green. Oof. Okay. Mike will roll a yellow with you. And give me a roll to do, Stefano. So, the two of you actually, like, coordinated and worked together. Like, you struggled to put out the fire, and it's actually, basically the low results is, you're gonna do it, but it's gonna take you a little while. And, like, the big thing is, you're gonna notice how exhausted, like, Stefano, you actually very efficiently go about, like, handling it. Mike is the one that you repeatedly look over to, and you see how bad the hours are sort of weighing on her, and eventually you decide, like, okay, I can only put out so much of the fire. Mike's life might actually be in danger if we continue on like this.
Yeah, so he ends up having to take care of Mike.
And, hold on. You wind up leaving the area actually pretty briefly to make sure that Mike, like, is good after this. But for you,
my flame usage is probably pretty high.
You notice like Mike is leaking pure flame.
I don't want to slurp Mike's pure flame. That's weird. We just met.
And it's a problem when I don't want it, huh?
No, the GM, listen, no, you both are in the same boat. The GM keeps going, hey guys, Mike has pure flame over there, and Ace is like, no, that's weird. And now Roman's like, no, that's weird.
I'll just use Mom's credit card.
The two of you sort of separate your way from the settlement, and Say looks over and she's like, your thoughts?
Thoughts on what exactly?
What happened? And what will happen next?
What will happen next? It's a step in the right direction.
A step in the right direction. Okay.
I found something in there. Clarifying and meditating on what that was is a different thing. I have the keys, all I need to do is put it in the ignition.
I see. Well, in that case, I will continue to lend you my brilliant insight, and we will get your body up and functioning, at least enough to discuss the next stage of the plan. However, she stops and looks back at the burning town. Perhaps our assistance would have been best rendered to those who were attempting to assist the village. Why did you walk away?
Why did I walk away?
Yes.
Do you really think I could have stopped that fire?
She sort of pauses. Is it a matter of capable or incapable, or a matter of expenditure of resources? I believe at the very least you could have put a dent in it, yes.
I think that I am incapable of dealing with the fire, and me staying there to try to put it out would be an expenditure of resources.
I see. She pauses. If that is how you believe things to be, then I suppose it is so.
And what about you? Why didn't you stay?
I was more curious about what you were doing. Plus, at least right now, there were no lives still contained within the village. And, in its own way, devastation is beautiful.
Freak.
She walks ahead, one foot over the other, as time passes. And eventually, everything is fully burned down. You manage to stop the fire from spreading to the nearby area, but Stefano, you and Mike are functionally sitting in the ruins of it all. Gee.
Okay. How are you feeling?
I think I might need medical attention.
I can try and provide medical attention. I can provide basic first aid.
Oh, thank you.
I'm actually a nurse that attends to the queen, so...
She smiles at you. Thank you for, going out of your way to protect, like, stuff on the surface.
Of course.
Thank you for being here. I don't think I would have been able to put it out without you.
Of course, no problem. I'm sorry that,
Stefano was about to say, I'm sorry that one of our pyromancers decided to leave, but he's also like, he's your friend before he's my friend, so I don't want to apologize. Also, he clearly has his own thing going on, so it's not really my place to apologize for him, so he's like, huh, and just stops.
You both awkwardly sit in the silence as...
Stefano's just gonna start tending to Mike, pulling things out of his bag.
Stefano,
Yeah.
give me a roll to die.
okay.
Mike will not sense this, but you are capable of it. Excellent. There's someone coming. Fast.
Which direction?
All. Where do you go? Maybe there's an opening up and to the right?
Okay, then I'm gonna pick Mike up and dash up and to the right.
Okay. You. Boom. Take Mike, and you sprint off in this direction while you're like, you start to tend to her, and then she's like, ah! And you vanish. Roma, you are playing the ones with unique expressions on their pogs.
Okay.
Boom! Something touches down. Crawling almost on the ground like some sort of a beast. She moves her way into the swamp a little deeper, and then boom! Another one touches down. To close in on the area, as this one's yours, a heavily wounded one enters the area.
I think that she's acting less bestial than the others. But looks more like it's weird. She looks way more like a normal girl than she did before. She has the very, like, normal basil. But she does have, like, almost like they took her, like, two fucked up wings. You know, she has the one, like, feathered wing and the one, like, weird scaly wing. And it's almost like it became marketable.
You sort of like, you pick yourself up off the ground, and there's something in the area that feels like a familiar scent. A lot of blood scattered around. They start to move and fan out.
So we are picking up on Mike.
You're picking up on Mike's blood trail. The one that is unit 2 turns around and like moves her way back, pausing here, almost checking the area where Mike was just sitting, and it's like addressing the group as a whole. I believe we've managed to locate remnants of microphone. We will be progressing as instructed. This one moves over. I will be taking the lead on this. This one moves over in this direction. And what about the other? The other, they look at each other. That scent we detected on the wind. Yes, that scent that's oh so familiar. The scent of the one who bears our name. The scent of the one that must die.
Oh, hold on. I need to roll 3d6. Okay, everything is normal. I will not start slaughtering all of the basils whose number are above 4.
They look one to the other. Hey, 4.
Yes.
The one who bears your name is theoretically in this swamp. You detected it earlier. It's a familiar scent on the wind. Your unit fans out. But in front of you, you look at the blood trail on the ground. That's more alluring, isn't it?
Well, it's the thing of 4 is in a weird state. She wants to get on Mike's level, you know, like she's chasing Mike almost like she's like a goalpost. And right now what 4 is trying to decide is getting my name going to bring me closer than just running after her?
We need to come to a decision. What objective is each of us pursuing? We've been given some amount of freedom in the assignment. Which of us are going after microphone, as per the mission, and which are following our primary directive, chasing down the one that bears our name? They move over, and...
I also think 4 genuinely believes that none of these other units will be able to... How do I say this? They simply aren't as good as her, and simply will not be able to get Mike before her, no matter what she does.
This one speaks up and is like, I will be pursuing the one that bears our name. The rest of them move over. And we will be pursuing microphone. They all look at you.
So 3 of them are going for Mike, and this one is going for the one that bears our name?
Yep. This one's going for Basil, the rest are going for Mike.
And this is Unit 2?
Yes.
What are these units?
This would be 6. This one's 7. This one's yours.
Oh, okay.
And this one is 5.
5. Okay. Those are all below my number.
Horrifying.
So that's fine. They can do whatever they want. Okay, yeah, I think that 7 wants to meet Mike. So we'll definitely go for Mike. I think 4 is gonna go for Basil.
These ones disappear into the trees. Boom. Meanwhile, these two look at each other, share a quiet nod, and chasing the trail, vanish into the swamps of Beleth. Hey Basil, you've got a fun session coming. Anyway, first break.
It'll be fine.
You know how Basil
Everything's fine.
fell in love with Riddle?
Yeah, I know. I see it.
Basil Royale, someone says in chat. I'm gonna use the bathroom really fast.
Yippee. Yippee. In France, that's called a basil with cheese. Wow.
God.
Mike set up a situation where number 4 is like both in love with her and like wants to like
Kill her?
kill her, become more powerful.
Yeah.
See,
Look.
you get me.
Shake your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's all
I love
going
the
down
prompts
this
because
one.
I'm like, does 4 feel threatened by the idea of the other Basils getting to Mike?
No.
No.
I will.
She doesn't.
She thinks to herself, I will simply win.
I will simply win. It will simply be me who wins.
There are no consequences for my actions.
Damn. Why do you have a voice in your head that calls you Stud Muffin Argos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it because I have 3 reflections that I have like character designs for in my mind that I just haven't drawn, and it is Fate Weaver, Single-Handed Saver, and Progress. Those are the ones. Well, like Sea Gazer, but that's not a design that's in my head. That's a design that is on paper. But like those are the 3 that I'm always like teetering on the edge of drawing, because Progress and Single-Handed Savior are like sisters. So their designs match in my brain. Fate Weaver is the one that I'm like, yeah, she's just kind of like pretty noble woman that is trouble and Theo colored.
Ace, you also have that? Nah, dude, mine teleports me in front of trains.
She does not call him Stud Muffin.
The intrusive.
That's what we all wish we could do.
Teleport Ace in front of a train, yeah.
There's a button next to Geistmith. There's a button that just is the if you give us this much money, Ace gets teleported in front of a train. But you can only use it 5 times.
Oh no.
Because I think everyone will just hit that button.
5 times each.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
You're really in it now, Basil.
I don't know. I'm safe. I'm with a child.
Oh yeah, that child's definitely gonna be protecting you. You've just endangered a child.
Anything to survive.
Anything to survive the swamp. You know,
Brett, am I doing a good job of playing Arc 1 Basil back at you?
You get it. You get it.
Like, it's just me going, I need to play Brennan's character at him. It's weird.
It's very
I'm back.
flattering. It's very flattering to be understood. Almost like that's all I ever wanted.
Truly. I fucking love being able to play the Basil clones. Roma, I gotta hand it to you. You are leading into the full derangement, and it's my favorite thing.
I don't watch Powers. I don't watch Powers. People are not ready for some of the characters that I'm cooking for,
that you're
for future
cooking.
things.
That you got cooking. No,
I don't watch Powers.
Everyone, I fucking love playing with you so much. The way I'm probably going to do the upcoming scene is we're going to address one of Ace's suckies, of course.
Stop.
Argos scene. Whatever shape that takes. And then whatever further suckies occur. And that's how we're going to handle it. Does that sound good for everyone?
Not to be a little on the nose, but the term suckies being said this many times kind of sucks.
Lamau.
Hold on, let me put the we are here in the session outline.
Thank you.
Boop.
I don't know what Fate Weaver expects me to be able to do about bonds.
Just
Never
talk to people, you fucking
your bonds.
No,
gamers.
Jay never does bonds anymore. It's not up to me.
God,
Let's do bonds right now.
We're doing bonds right now out of spite. Got him. Okay. If everybody's here and good, we will pick up with Willow and Ace.
Yippee.
Willow is also being bombarded with melee texts. And then they stop when she's like, going to war. Alright, I need to rearrange characters slightly.
God, I'm sure that's not fucking anxiety-inducing. It's just like going to war.
Yeah, I'm sure Willow's having a great time.
And then Willow's just waiting for like another text that's just like,
Oh yeah, Tiny. Willow's phone is getting blown up with texts.
God.
From Melly, of course. And then the text just suddenly stop with going to war later.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, Willow's probably tripping balls to some extent. Okay. I'm gonna put you down on the map on stopover docks and just start walking Ace's fine ass over to whoever he's gonna ask for flame. He's gonna bite.
God.
Willow also gets the text in the background of this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Let me look at the map. Let me see
Yeah.
what's around. God. Oh, having you follow me around for this is kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, Ace?
Yeah.
Look, Willow gets the text. I just need to be around people right now.
Damn.
Yeah, I can understand that, I guess. You're so close, though.
Look.
Like, everything's...
It's really sunny, and you're really tall.
I'm not that tall. Get an
Well,
umbrella
I'm
or
really short.
something. Also, this is like Beleth. You should be used to this kind of weather.
No, it's different in Beleth. It's like a furnace. This is like having a micro or magnifying glass pointing at you.
Technically, we're still in the Silt Islands. We still need to navigate the waterfall. The next segment of the mission will be ideally protecting the ferry from any sort of attack. We should be in Beleth in the next few hours, though. If Breach looks over her shoulder at the two of them. If our ferryman and local business entrepreneur have anything to say about it.
Yeah.
You really like Beleth.
I've heard it's a swamp.
It's more than a swamp, Ace. It's my
in-
home.
It's your home. I guess that's nice. God. Do I like? They're doing like business stuff.
I can smooth over the conversation for you.
Willow, there's nothing smooth about you.
I'm incredibly smooth, thank you very much.
Then do it. Go.
Alright, who you want me to talk to?
I look. List is someone I've done this before, so I'm just gonna start with there and see where to go from there. Easy.
Alright. Going into Willow mode.
Breach has a look on her face like, what were you in before? You walk in and you hear them discussing just like, and we should be moving a good deal of supplies. Is that all right with your partner? Yeah, our contraptions are fairly inconsistent, but the transfer is something we've done a few 100,000 times. Hi. List like, hi, Willow. Hi.
List, you're needed for a very important operation.
Oh, all right. Sorry. This is very important. This is Will-O-Wisp. The man actually looks over to you and nods. Is like, yeah, we're proud of you back home.
Oh, hey. I'm kind of glad.
he gives you like a little thumbs up, and you notice like the rings of like almost bright like color in his hair, and you're like, oh shit, yeah, no, you got the fucking Beleth bioluminescence going on. He like offers you a very light smile. List like, okay, please excuse me for a little while. She turns around and is like, you're a very important business?
Yes, you're gonna get sucked.
Her expression shifts to, let's do this one. She's like, oh, I see, right. High flame expenditures due to the last mission, Ace?
Yes.
Exactly.
All right, fully understood. No issue. Let's go. She takes you by the hand and walks.
God damn it.
You said I wasn't smooth?
I just got shot by a battleship, and this is more painful, Willow.
I'm glad to be of assistance.
The scene, Liz is just like, no, I know what's going on. And then she will walk over this direction and basically like, oh, no, she cuts over this way. And this works as a perfect camera transition. As you all pass by, the camera remains on Argos and Riddle as they walk over in this direction. And sort of like plop down, looking over at Cal. Hey, Cal. Cast.
Oh, wow.
It's sort of
I
like
be surprised
waves.
to see you here, Cal.
You know, there wasn't a bar here originally.
Yeah,
We've
done quite well.
We threw it together pretty rapidly, Cast says. Like, just sort of sitting there. I can only, like, I guess I could drink alcohol right now, being in an artificial body, but I need to properly emulate its effects on me, and I guess I'm not in the mood. What are we serving here today, Cal?
Water.
Riddle like, wow, hydration. The most important thing in the entire world.
I don't know. That's what I was going to order.
All right, I'm not
anyway.
quite that limited, but if you really think I'm going to be serving alcohol while we're all on an active mission, that's almost what would happen. But even though he's not that silly,
Riddle,
most of the time.
Riddle, I'm gonna roll for your morality right now. Riddle's expression grows a little more serious for a moment, a little more lucid, as she's like, silliness aside, if spirits would help the situation, I suppose they'd help, but robbing coherency from the mind is probably not what we want to do before a major mission, particularly for our up-and-coming tacticians, she says, patting Cast and Argos both on the back. Cast, looks down and is like, I'm not going to be handling the tactics the second we get down there. That's shifting over to Willow. She's going to come up with our battle strategy from there on. I'm just here to support, I guess. Riddle watches over, looking at Willow, sort of nudging, moving with Ace and List over to the house. It's like, yeah, mission's kind of relying on her right now. She sort of, starts kicking her feet at the stool. Cass, looks down. Hey, Argos, how are you holding up?
Okay, I guess, all things considered. Honestly, Willow taking the helm for this segment is... it's kind of nice.
Cast is looking at you expectantly. They helmed the previous segment and are waiting for praise.
Not close enough to nudge you, so I'm just gonna say the word out loud. Nudge, nudge.
Oh, actually, no, we can solve this problem. Argos, would you mind sitting next to me instead of Riddle? Riddle slowly and achingly turns over to Cast you betray me?
Yeah, I hear Riddle's flame is stinky.
Your developmental partner? And my bartender, you betray me in my hour of need? She stares.
Who am I to turn away from a running gag?
You know, I can kind of respect that. Riddle says, leaning forward and drinking her water. Cast beams over at you and is like, waiting for praise.
No. How did you like your organizing the first phase of this?
Horrifying. I felt the weight of every single life resting on my shoulders.
I clap him on the shoulder and yeah. Yeah, it's terrible.
Riddle's
but for what it's worth, before I had to fake my death, that was probably one of the best streams I've ever put on.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the whole fake death thing.
Oh, people are mad about that.
Your publicists are kind of working overtime right now to make sure that, you remember the
I think
riots?
it's a technical difficulty, so they don't know that I intentionally did this terrible, terrible thing.
Right. So, you know how people in Fuse City riot really easily?
Yeah.
Your publicists are working really hard to prevent one right now.
It's the national pastime.
Riddle's I remember back in the day, they rioted over my firing. Oh, good times. She sips her water. It's I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. No, you're wrong. It's the best thing. She kicks her feet. Cass, sort of sighs, is so you handle this much responsibility on a regular basis, huh?
Well, maybe not this much.
I guess, scale-wise it's a little bit different, but since I'm handling the simulations, I'm used to, at most, holding, 5 lives of people in my hands. There was a mission where I had, 8 people's immortal souls clenched between my fingers or whatever, but, I think that was the, real maximum of it. It's different when you're running an entire war strategy.
Yeah, it's not easy, but you're doing a great job. As expected from Cast.
They sort
Damn right.
of light up. Cast is gonna... nope. I'm gonna drop and then roll first. Ah! Love it when chaos wins. Their expression gets a little more serious for a moment as they're Argos, can I borrow you a sec?
Sure. Unless Riddle is gonna make a sad noise about it.
I was actually going to ask Riddle to leave. Riddle is Riddle is yeah, there's gonna be a sad noise. She makes such a stink and then goes and joins the other group. So, yeah, I guess now that things are sort of wrapping up over here in Silt, I was actually hoping for a few things in Beleth once I'm technically off the clock.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be fully honest with you. Doing this amount of focus, particularly across a large number of people, is stressful, but in a way that I can sort of mitigate. Like, I'm not gonna lose professionalism or anything. But the more I feel this, the more I feel this weight on me, the more there's just another side of me that's crying out for, I don't know, fun, reverie, and chaos. Cast smiles. Feyweaver actually flares up for a second and communicates a little bit of information from Cast over to you. Cast has a few different stats, obviously, that they're investing points into. The more that they invest in one area, their order stat, the more that their order stat is demanded, the more their chaos stat actually levels up. It's all a careful balancing act for Cast, and the more you look at them, they've been incredibly responsible for an incredibly long period of time. You get the sensation that there is a hefty amount of roiling, boiling chaos beneath the surface.
So what you're saying is after your hard day of work, you think you've earned a vacation.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of cut loose on the next mission. If that's like, I know you're not like technically the tactician for it or anything, but I kind of want to go wild.
On the mission?
Yeah. They say with a smile on their face.
Okay, that is gonna be something to see.
Yeah, actually it was a little while ago during the trials of the Gate of Humanity that Ace sort of like, he like stepped and I had a chance to like they raise their fists and make like little punching motions. I had a chance to like go at it and really show them.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping I have another chance like that. So this preemptive
Punch
warning.
Ace?
No. Though, like, I mean, I guess if he wants that, I'd be down. They shrug. They're like, this is just me warning someone, I guess, a little more responsible. I kind of want to go wild.
You know what? I think we can make that happen.
Yeah. And I guess if it doesn't happen on the next mission, I'd love to do it in a, I guess, personal capacity. Chance to do that, what do they call it? Downtime? Off time? Break time, that's it.
I think, yeah, same wildness for that.
Do I get to play the concerned older person card about the fact that you didn't have that right at the ready?
I'm primarily in charge of Opia's major systems, and if I'm not actively paying attention to that, the entire hospital stops working. Even right now, I'm technically on call. I'm working with Verona right now.
And there's no backup system for that.
There are plenty of backups, it's just they're less efficient, and we need to be operating at top capacity.
Cast is a juggling master, pretty much.
They smile.
Oh, I get that, but like, I mean, you're still a person. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know what I'm. Obviously, your limits are different than say mine would be, but you still should get some downtime. I mean, I know your siblings seem to need it, so why wouldn't you?
I sort of fold their hands. Looks over at Argos. Your streams are the closest things to downtime that I get.
Well, we are just going to have to practice at that.
How so? Any ideas?
Ever been to a metal concert?
Not for me, thanks.
That's a valid response.
I mean, there's plenty of stuff. That's all I'm saying. Save a little chaos for when the operation's over, because we gotta have some fun, blow off some steam after, too.
Fair enough. I'm gonna hold you to that.
Good.
They smile at you, and you both sit quietly, sharing a moment of camaraderie.
Actually, I have a segue.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if you want to do a little chaos right now, it's not much. It's just water pong, but Cal's gonna jerk his head over to the side. There's a cup over that way if you want to go for a trick shot.
Cass's entire expression lights up. Okay, you're on. Riddle with the cup of water. Cass is gonna shoot. You guys walk outside. List.
Hey, oh God, do I?
Yeah.
Do you want to turn that 1 into a 20?
Oh, I would love to. It is in Cal's bar.
It is in my bar.
Riddle and Willow have been sort of chilling outside. List and Ace walk out. List's like, see, there we go. No problem.
Yeah.
Ace, heal up 50.
50? Oh god,
50.
so much.
Hey, Ace.
Mm-hmm.
Heal a wound.
Oh no. Okay, let's see, where is it? Fucking wound attribute, heal.
There you go. You're feeling so much better.
Yeah.
You walk outside. Riddle is just sitting there sipping her water, watching. She maintains perfect eye contact with you as you walk outside, reaches up to sip from her glass, takes a drink, puts it down. A pong ball flies, lands perfectly in her glass without breaking eye contact. She raises it to her mouth and sips it.
You're really quite
There's loud
Ace.
cheering in the background.
See, no big deal.
Yeah, sorry, just hopefully that didn't interrupt anything important.
No, I think for the most part. The man here is very kind, but he wants to sort of brag about his shipping, his partner. Functionally, he owns the theme park back that way, points with her finger over his shoulder. He functionally runs a little bit of a smuggling ring with Beleth down below, and technically we're being smuggled down a waterfall. Riddle sips deeply. You watch her swallow the ping pong ball without blinking. Yeah. How did you organize something like this? This couldn't have been cheap. Riddle like thinks to herself for a second. She's like, I really don't spend my paycheck on much. How about you guys?
We're paid?
Riddle puts a hand on Willow's shoulder. I mean, yeah.
Don't you just use this little card and get anything you want?
Riddle's expression falls for a second. Okay, those two aside. What do you use your paycheck for, Ace?
I don't spend money.
I see. Okay, fair point, I guess. Touche. I'm going to get back to doing business. If you want to accompany me, I could use probably someone tall and intimidating to just stand there. I'm trying to organize the transfer of goods. I brought a little bit of extra something something, she says, pointing down to 2 cargo containers that the squad's been moving. And getting it down to the world below is proving to take some extra expenses. Unlike you all, I actually take this paycheck and make it run a mile.
And that's good. You can go on to that stuff. I have a lot of other issues to handle.
I see. That's fine. She unflicks her fan again. She's like, hey, if you're not spending your paycheck, and you're looking to turn that capital into more capital, I could help you out.
I'm good. I don't really have that much more need for money.
But you don't want more of it?
I haven't really thought that far.
Seriously?
No.
She watches you closely, just like, money is a fascinating thing. In terms of the acquisition and usage of it, there's so much that you can do, but when you're given wonderful amounts of it, people become incredibly wasteful. I want to avoid waste in every capacity. It's like While you're low on money, you can make, say, $20 go a long way, but when you're high on it, people tend to get foolish with their expenditures. I'm going to make every single dollar into, well, whatever I can. She looks up at you with a serious expression. If your money's just sitting there in your bank account rotting, that is another way of being wasteful as far as I see it.
I guess. Money's a thing. It's not really the most important thing to me at the current moment.
Of course. If money was the most important thing to you, you'd be quite a shallow person.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you ever want to talk about your finances, my door is always open. And to the other two of you, lightly curtsies, good day. Riddle's watching you very closely, Ace.
Oh, what are you looking at?
Will's watching.
You're like different around her.
Oh, what do you mean?
You're like different around her.
Different?
Yeah, you act different. I don't know, it's got a different energy to it. It's actually kind of nice, honestly.
I mean, maybe you'd have that different energy if you didn't, like, I don't know, annoy me.
I like Here's the thing, I like the energy we have. She says with a peaceful smile on her face. I wouldn't want anything else. That type of energy, she says, looking over the list, that's different in a way that I'm not super... It's not for us, I guess.
Yeah. We got a different energy.
We've got a different energy. So, have you made a decision on who you're going to talk to next?
I'm not sure if I'm going to talk to anyone else.
You sure?
Really?
Look, I don't know how to put this, and things might get a little more serious than you all expect, but this condition is a very sensitive thing.
Yeah, it's a little it's hard to talk about, hard to handle. I kind of get that much.
When you spend almost every moment leaking flame out of your body, you don't want others to feel that way too.
She watches you very close. Your language continues, and Riddle nods repeatedly. She's like, yeah. She stares directly, which is why we're here with the assist.
Look,
No. No, she's like, no, go on.
It's this thing of everyone here is trying their absolute best, right? Me taking flame back at base is one thing, because we can have time to relax, time to rebuild that, but taking flame from the people here right now, they may need that for themselves, so... Even if it means that I have to be a little bit slower and all this other thing, that's fine.
Riddle looks over to... Oh, you go.
I think you're underestimating everyone else here. People want to help you out as much as possible. If they heard that there's a way of making you fight at your full strength, I'm pretty sure every single person here would, leap at the chance for that.
Zero hesitation, yeah.
It's a lot deeper than that. I would rather you all to be able to fight your fullest. Willow, you have to try so hard. As hard as I do. As hard as anyone here to do what we do. So weakening you even by a small percent is something I don't really want to do.
I understand that, but Riddle told me something that helped me out is that we gotta share the burdens with each other.
Then...
Genuinely warm smile.
I know you don't want to, take my flame or whatever. I'm not actually upset about that, but...
Yeah.
If there's anyone here that you wouldn't mind share in flame, even just the smallest amount, I think you should do so.
Riddle nods. It's like, Willow and I's flames might be stinky, but our brains aren't. She says, sort of like thinking for a sec. There's actually a way for us to cheat you some flame.
Yeah.
She like, do you remember what? Do you remember what we rated on the way in? It was a flame drilling platform, functionally just pulling flame from the world itself. If you want, you could probably work with the two of us. The Silt Islands are rich in flame. We can literally pull some out of the environment. No sharing with the people around. Willow smashes rocks, I isolate the flame, you absorb it. It can be a team effort without any of the deep personal sharing stuff.
I was considering that anyways. There was a period in, what is it? What's your country called again? Ciala?
Ciala, yeah.
Where I fought demons that had flame in them, and I just took that from them, so...
Riddle, like, sort of scratches the back of her head. I kind of know what it's like to have a condition that requires sensitivity as well as coordination with others. So we're not going to do anything that makes you uncomfortable, obviously, but there are ways for us to help out. Maybe share the burden a little bit. If you want to handle it on your own, I totally understand that, but if you need us, Riddle leans on Willow. We're here, stinky flames and all.
Yeah. And it's not that I don't think everyone here is eager. I just think he just kind of looks past these two at like list in the distance. I think some of you are a little too eager.
I mean, we're never too eager to punch rocks. But she like looks over the list. Point taken. You want that call? We're here for you though. Seriously. She moves over and like punches you in the upper arm, and you watch a wrist bend as she does so.
We always got your back, Ace.
If you wanted to do something like that, you should have done it 30 minutes ago when I was at my weakest.
Fun in that.
Normally, this is the part where I'd invite Willow to try.
No, I feel like this would diminish your punch.
Riddle's like, thank you. So, you all spend some time on the docks. And Ace, I'm gonna ask the question. You gonna chill with this?
I was muted.
Oh, what's
sorry.
up?
Cal's gonna speak up. He's been standing on the edge for a bit. Hey.
Ooh, let me bring us back. Hold on.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted.
There we go. I bring us back over. What's up?
Hey, sorry to butt in. Kind of couldn't help hearing. I mean, originally I just came to get the ping pong ball back, and then I was just standing here for a bit to see if Riddle needed the Heimlich maneuver. But can I ask you a favor?
What?
Can you take some of mine?
Oh.
Sorry,
you need flame, right?
No can do. Look.
Besides, listen, this is selfish of me, but I'm not a field agent. I know I shoved my way onto this team because, like, field support or whatever. But I don't have anything to offer the way that these folks do. I'm not a combat unit. I can't use my flame the way that they can. I also recharge it quickly. I recharge it whenever I'm working at the bar.
Look.
Well, mostly I'm just asking because the fact that I can't do anything right now is kind of killing me.
I think you're doing more than you realize. And I know you probably hear that a lot.
Don't give me that. I'm not self-deprecating here. I'm being selfish.
Well, the offer is comforting to hear. If you really, really do want to help, then why don't you get to smashing rocks with Willow? You can come along.
He
Riddle.
sighs again, but then he smiles. Sure, why not?
Riddle actually sort of like walks over, and you guys go down the beach, and sort of like as you go, Riddle's like walking behind, and Ace, you hear this, but like it's just out of like, it's like Riddle is saying this without the intent of you hearing it, but she's gonna whisper over to Cal like, thanks for coming along, thanks for the assist. Things are.
Hey.
It's a little tricky for Ace. Like, she sort of holds her cup of water. This organization's full of people who want to help and save the world. It's like you said, people are eager to jump at the chance, and there's a lot of people who feel kind of helpless or hopeless at the time, and I kind of feel bad for the guy because she looks at Ace's big back as he walks away. His condition works as a solution for their way to help. She puts an arm around Cal and is like, if he's letting you smash rocks, that's a way we can assist that doesn't turn Ace into a way to just work towards the cause, you know? It lets him maintain his dignity and all that. It's kind of important for stuff like this. She actually beams, like watching him go. I don't know if turning it into a joke or wandering around and trying to be casual about it is even remotely helpful, but it's what helps with me. So, you good with a hammer?
No, let's do this. I meant what I said, though. Like, I can't help the guy the way that it helps to just listen to other folks. And don't get me wrong, I want to help him, but that's not what this is about. I meant it when I said I wanted to be selfish. But also, I think this won't hurt you. Smashing rocks won't hurt either.
That's the best way that you can respect my friend. She says with a big smile on her face as she walks behind. Ace, you overhear all of that, and then you hear Riddle start gagging on a fucking ping pong ball in the bag.
There it is!
Willow, you hear next to you, you just hear Ace sigh and just go, she was almost cool.
Time passes, you all get on the boats, and thank you. The Heimlich succeeds. Riddle Arendite is not dead today. And you all are going to head towards the boats. Ace, I'm going to drop everyone. You guys are following the Breaking Rocks route. For stinky flame people. I drop you on this map. Reveal Riddle and the size of her rifle in the background. Everyone, the number of successes will determine how many d6s Ace is able to roll. Everyone give me a roll to die and then a roll to do. For fucking... Oh, you can unlock that way. That clear dice. Nice. That's 2 successes.
Oh yeah, I gotta unlock. Fucking...
Oh, this'll work.
Let me just drop my swing and then reroll.
Yeah!
Oh yeah, I unlocked.
This is what happens when he has to roll his own dice!
I knew it was coming. I'm asking Master Roll. I know what's about to happen.
You know what you're doing!
And Willow gets to
Cal
smash
fucking
as well.
Cal fucking drops the hammer on himself after one shot. Shit. Has to go sit.
That's 3 successes, 4 successes. Yeah, you're gonna get 4 successes. So, 4d6.
Can Cal help someone else? Is anyone else near a 6 men?
Riddle you can bump Riddle over. Toss her 1d6. 4. Okay. 5 successes. 5d6. You hold the Riddle is like actually doing good at this. It's 21 flame. Jesus, that's a high roll. Nice. Breaking rocks in the hot fucking sun. Okay, you're back to 80?
Yeah.
Very nice.
That's a good amount.
Okay. Now, everybody who needs to, aka the characters here, hit that roll to recover button. This is what you do when you rest.
As if I've been in the field.
Riddle and Willow both heal 22 and 23. Ace, you're up next.
Someone can have an extra 5.
Ooh. Ace, take that 22 HP back. If you get a full night's rest, you heal up to full. A short rest like this, however, you hit the roll to recover button. Very simple. Okay, so record your HP totals, and we will continue on with the session.
Hey Ace, it says after as he's like handing out drinks after giving up the hammer thing.
Yeah.
Rilla pointed something out to me. Sorry for using you as my way to deal with my own shit. You deserve better than that.
Nah, it's fine. I didn't think of it that way.
Cool. Wasn't meant that way.
Riddle smiles. Riddle smiles. She's like, yes. Good. Let me start to gather everybody else up. Hey, Isabeau, you're in this next part.
Damn. I could have got flame from the primo source.
You could have gotten the best sauce around.
She would have loved to be a Capri Sun.
You know what they used to call her in college?
What are you about to say?
I'm not going to say anything. It doesn't need to be said.
And you're right! Okay. So. Let me get everyone together. And then... There you are. Your squad... Oh, I'm missing Ascalon. You were on a roof, you fucking cat. Get down here, Ascalon. There we go. Okay. This map is a motherfucker, so I'm gonna send us over, and if I break something, I'm sorry.
It can't be helped.
This one? No, something a little more intense. Yeah, this works. Okay. Down here, you ride a great device down the side of a vertical waterfall. This machine that you're currently riding on the back of is an interesting construction. It is a ferry wedged in the side of the waterfall that slowly rides the currents downwards. You apparently are going to meet Grimm's partner at the halfway mark, transfer over ferries, and then continue the rest of the way down. You ride the path downwards as sort of like with a resounding grind, you feel the water wheels whirring behind you. Riddle, like, sort of stands at the edge of the deck and is like, okay, everyone, functionally, all we need to do is ride this, keep a low profile, and make sure nothing goes wrong. I guess everyone take it easy. I know we've been taking it easy for the last few hours, but I'm sure we'll be able to continue to do so. Walks over to Willow and
Raise his
Ace.
hand. Raise his hand. Why would you say this?
Riddle walks over to Willow and Ace is like, something's definitely gonna happen, right?
What do you mean taking it easy? I've been putting out fires over Argos' supposed death all this this entire time.
Oh, you too? Cass touches down next to you.
Yeah, but I don't have blast processors or whatever. Like, no offense.
Don't worry, I got this. Ace pulls out his phone, dusts off his triact, and it's like, I'm gonna miss my friend Argos. Sends
Argos.
Argos is like making photos like, this is pretty neat.
There's gonna be riots. There's gonna be riots. This is such bad PR.
Hey, Argos, you gonna go for Verona?
I'm Doc.
I think you're gonna want to check your triact. We might need to make a public statement soon.
It's his first. It's his first message in like
I
years.
already made it.
Krim just like looking over the side, like, whoa. You make your way up and over to Ace.
Yeah. What's up?
We still need you for this operation, so we're not gonna hit you.
Oh, you should do it. Wait, no, don't. You'll diminish mine.
It's what? What's wrong? Oh, I'm just tactically applying some distractions, right?
To who?
Riots will be a distraction.
Did
Yeah,
you guys
For
hear
what
that?
case?
In the background, Grim walks by. Did you hear that streamer Argos? Wait a second.
No, sad, isn't it? You're so young.
Twice is like, wow, didn't realize we were talking with a dead man. Everyone!
Still hear his voice.
It's unfortunate that Beryl went after him.
Ace pulls out his phone, types rise, sends.
Excuse me, I need to vlog.
Don't vlog here. Don't vlog here.
Duh.
Let me just
Green screen
just,
when you need one.
let me just accidentally blow our cover.
I'm a neutral background, but we're on a vertical waterfall.
It's fine. Cast. You
Vertical waterfall! He said it! Rel throws both of her arms up in the air!
Here, Breach, now just turn with your back to Argos. There you go, buddy. Thumbs up.
Cass moves over. Hey, do you want a VR background?
Oh God, please.
Where do you want to
Listen.
be? Where do you want to be right now?
Okay,
Listen.
what scream's not dead?
Okay, I will.
Heaven.
I'm gonna drop the VR simulation of the afterlife that I was rendering.
Guys, you're not taking this seriously.
I know.
I mean, it was your idea, Argos, to play dead.
Hey, what's up, Argonauts? It's me, Argos. Just fine. We lost the stream. I'll be back soon. So keep on being great.
Cast.
I'm alive.
Play a heartbeat monitor.
Ooh.
Here's today's newspaper to prove it.
Where the fuck did you get a newspaper?
Yeah, Cast edited a newspaper, please. All right, that should do it.
The conspiracy theorists are going wild right now.
I have a chance to do the funniest thing anyone has ever done. Technically speaking, we are in the Silt Islands, which means it's not time for chaos yet.
Please, just
Is schedule chaos?
chaos.
Is schedule chaos truly chaos?
Just 30 more minutes. I put my hand on Cast's shoulder. It's like, please, Cast.
Cast is delighted that you're both whispering in both of their ears. They're fucking ecstatic right now. Riddle hops up and over the deck and starts to look out over the waterfall below. You're gonna progress on this boat for a while, and with any luck, I roll a d20. Okay. You don't get any new rolls to recover.
You get what you deserve.
You sort of time passes. The PR nightmare simmers, at least temporarily. And you all wind up rearranging yourself around the deck. Let me just drag y'all down. You're looking over the exciting area. As Cal, can you give me a roll to die?
Oh, good. I'm rolling.
Oh, a 10. Okay. Cal.
Oh my god.
Cal,
Digits.
you're just chilling in the back. You've been breaking rocks in the sun, and you're just like, okay, I need to get out of the heat for a second. You're the one that actually notices it, and you hear what originally was like this entire machine is sputtering and whirring the entire way down the waterfall, but your ears pick up, and you're like, that sounds like metal being destroyed or disrupted. That sounds wrong, and you peer back behind, and let me move you
Is the
specifically.
engine supposed to be making that noise?
Well, what noise? Grim moves over. Oh, I love this. I love that you put yourself in this spot. This is great.
I'm thriving. Only good things happen to Cal.
Only good things happen to Cal. You work your way into the back of the machine again, you are reminded from what you overheard from Riddle. This is functionally a smuggler's ferry. Most of the ferry exists behind the surface of the waterfall, actually hidden from sight. The front looks like a simple pleasure craft, theme park attraction. But the back. You sort of like poke your head in back here. And there's the whir of machinery as this boat like grinds its way down, but there's something else here. There's another hiss of metal. Something being ripped apart by the seams, and then a pop, and then nothing again. Grim speaks up. Yeah, I definitely heard that.
Okay, you know what?
What?
Why don't you go tell literally everyone out on the deck that this is happening? And I'll wander off into the dark like an idiot in case it's something important that only one person can deal with right away.
Give me a roll tonight, Cal! You are simultaneously doing the best and worst thing, and I love that for you. Okay, you take a step backwards as Grim runs out onto the deck, and down here, you feel a hiss as something flies over your head at an incredible pace, and in a moment, you see it. You see the outside as a hole is punctured straight through the ship. And what you see behind it, you think it's a drill, or maybe a torpedo. But as it punctures through and withdraws, you realize it's something else. This is organic. For a moment, you think, this must be a demon. We need to be under attack, but as you look at it, there can only be one word that describes the creature that currently is ripping your ship to shreds. Monster.
Fucking hell.
Outside? Let me move you over.
He's fine, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to Cal.
Nothing bad ever happens to Cal. I delete Cal. Grim runs out onto deck, and he's like, "Hey, I think there's something on the ship back there. Cal went to go check it out. He said to tell literally everyone on the boat."
Oh god. Point team, let's go forward.
Oh shit,
what?
yeah.
This isn't good.
Breach.
Come on, Isabel.
No.
Okay.
You start to walk and like move your way up that way. Isabeau, you move with point team. Breach is like, don't worry, I have your back. And the rest of you make it to here. And you start to move back towards the monster. And as you do, your blood freezes as another voice rings out. It's calm, incredibly calm. given the current situation, but it feels like a great weight is being pressed down on your mind just as it enunciates every individual syllable. Wow, that seems pretty dangerous. Yeah, I'd check it out if I was you. You see someone sitting on the back of the boat, very calmly, watching the proceedings as most of Opia filters towards the back. He slowly straightens his long back up and takes a step this way. I wanted to see the legendary vertical waterfall, but gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see you all here. So, who wants to keep me company? He says, light smile playing across his lips.
Okay. It's fine. I'll talk to this guy, you guys. You know. I got a few things to ask him.
Okay, because I tried to shoot him. So.
You bring that up, actually. Hey, send that guy over who tried to shoot me before, too.
Oh, God.
Riddle
I'm afraid he
freezes.
died.
Argos, roll to do to convince him you're dead. Let's see if you can sidestep this shit. No.
Is it in my job description to deal with handsome strangers? I don't know.
I don't know. It could be.
He doesn't look dangerous to me. I mean,
Breach holds out, and takes your arm. We're gonna go deal with the thing in the back.
oh yeah, I'm sure that's much better. The enemy that you don't know. You've got this great handsome man in front of me, but I'm going to go into the catacombs.
Cass sort of pauses, looks over at Argos. Liz pauses, looks over at you, Ace. Riddle pauses, looks down at herself. Liz looks over at Ace. Do you have this handled?
Yeah, I got it. Have we talked before?
Isaac takes a step forward. Yeah, I think we have, actually.
That's... Yeah, don't
Sorry.
worry. It's not going to be a fight or anything. We're just going to have a nice conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna. He smiles. List walks up the stairs and just gonna go with Team Willow. Cass looks over to you two and is like, could you use my assistance here?
Ace, thinks about it, looks back at Argos. I mean, it's just, it's gonna be a nice conversation, right? I mean, you're the guy gonna apologize? Gonna say you're sorry? Gonna...
Carib just hands you a bottle of champagne. Give him something like this. It works good for an apology.
Do you just carry that around?
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
He pats you on the back.
Yeah.
Listen, Mr. Isaac. I would like to formally apologize.
There we go.
I am taking this time to listen, reflect.
Oh my
grow.
god! You see Isaac's face split into the biggest and stupidest grin. While you're doing this, he's like, this feels familiar. Okay, thanks for the apology. And whatever you're doing right now, very entertaining.
Would
He
you
smiles and
care
watches
for
you.
some champagne?
Sure. Hey, mind if I borrow this guy a sec? He says, almost asking the room.
No,
Ace,
this guy?
he motions with his thumb to Argos. Ace, you have a moment to do something? You feel like...
Say you mind.
Ace, scratching chin.
Ace, and what Ace is gonna do, Argos, you look back, say you mind. Ace, something's been in him. He's just been like, yeah, things have been a little bit crazy. And you just see a smile, and it's just like, only if you take me along with him. He jumps down.
And you watch as, oh my fucking god! Jesus Christ, you guys, okay. Oh, okay. No. I need fucking boss music. Oh god, and Willow's got a solo! The thing that's sailing with the boat!
No, what do you mean solo? Isabeau's there.
Yeah, she's got a literal boatload of NPCs
I'm gonna
with
die.
her.
I'm gonna
I'm
die.
gonna try and sync with Isabeau.
You see.
Like, I'm sure that like List and Twice and Ascalon will be there. It sounds like it's just really what it is Ace and Argos are gonna 2v1 Isaac and die.
We're not fighting him, dude. It's fine. We're
What do you
forming
mean?
Look,
We can take him.
look,
What do you mean? What do you mean 2v1? Riddle and Caster right here as Isaac snaps his fingers and you feel the flame inside of him take a command and you watch as with a shrill shriek the back of the boat is ripped off and thrown into the abyss below. You all tumble with it, clinging to the side of it with a film of telekinesis ESP. Inside... Hey Cal, roll to die for me again. The second we get back inside. Hold on.
Power of
Positive thinking.
The power of positive
The power of positive thinking. You can do this. You can do this, Cal. Solo this guy.
I believe.
You sure, I'll just roll some dice for my own character.
Yes.
What could possibly go wrong?
Cal
Yo!
solos.
Cal solos! Cal,
Power of positive thinking.
Cal, earlier, you were breaking rocks, and you're like, damn, I'm really bad at stuff like this, but you know what I'm good at? You dive to the side perfectly as the drill attempts to pierce up through the bottom of the boat, and you roll out of the way and kick over a barrel. You're good at warehouse management. Instead of hitting you, it responds to the barrel hitting the floor and instead skewers it. You climb up on one of the boxes and assume a position of safety as everyone rushes into the room.
Jesus
Sorry, bud.
Geist, what is that?
We were waiting for it.
I'm gonna die. There's a handsome man taking. Oh my god.
Isabel, focus.
Charybdis rushes forward. Stomp, stomp, stomp. 1 foot over the other as everyone spreads through the area. Willow, give me a roll to die.
Is this a roll to sense where this thing is?
Oh, you're gonna set go. No, give me that. Give me that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
So I've.
You get a bonus.
So the bonus is anything that's connected to the ground. What was it?
I think it's 2d6.
Yeah, 2d6. Okay.
Fuck yes.
So roll the die complex.
Yo! What
Oh
the
my
fuck? 6,
Oh my god.
6, 5, 5. That is one of the highest rolls I've ever. Okay, Willow. You not only know where this thing is, you know what this thing is. Willow, you not only. Oh god, let me get something ready really fast. Okay, hold on. This is very important. No, I've got to do something. It's time. Bryn, it's time. It's
Salute.
time. She rolled like a fucking god. Okay. Let me grab a few things. Okay. Sorry, this changes things. Grab this. Very important. Oh, this is a thing of beauty. And then let me grab you. Perfect. Okay. You. You sense the thing clinging to the bottom of the boat, and your ESP flares up, combining with your reflection for a moment, as you not only understand where it is, you understand how it's moving, you understand what its goals are. There's something weird about it, though. Yeah, there's something really strange about what's currently happening. It shouldn't be here, but that's right. Something flares to your eyes, a deep sensation that almost brings tears, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, because you can feel... No, this one. You have interacted with this thing before. You remember, years ago in the swamp, hunting not only monsters great and fearsome, it is a Wisp family tradition, of course, that you go out and answer the calls and the cries of the people, the most current and dangerous monsters roving through the area. Willow, the beast in front of you. A dangerous, legendary thing. A devourer of boats, something that hides in the world below, feeding and feasting upon the god's blood. The fishermen from the area gave it an affectionate name. Skippy. You remember hunting it with your brother and grandfather. So, we're out here in the middle of the swamp hunting a creature that what? How are we supposed to find it? It like burrows, right? It's like a big eel, right? That's what I heard.
Indeed, the dangerous Skippy burrows. It is that time in any fisherman, fisherwoman, fisher in between's life that at some point manage to get him out of his hole.
How do you draw Skip? Like, here's the thing. Skippy is a legend that has been haunting the swamps for generations. What do you mean you've hunted him before? Does that mean no one's managed to kill him?
Skippy is how do I put this? He's a slippery sort, you see. Usually, what you want to do is mostly get it to leave without anybody. That's kind of what you want to do. Because if you kind of go too hard at him, he's just gonna grab whoever is closest and then just leave with them.
Wow. Awful thing. Is that where the last 3 fishing boats last week went?
You do not ask where the last 3 fishing boats
I apologize. Sorry. This is, after all,
You will focus on the lesson, young man.
No, I will not. This is Willow's trial. Places Willow bravely in front of himself.
You're giving up your own sister so easily.
Sorry. Sorry, sis. Laws of the swamp.
Big meaty paws of your grandpa land on your shoulders, the weight of responsibility.
It's time for family bonding. Tell me.
Family bonding. We're just hunting the most slippery creature in the swamp.
Listen! It is the pride of the swamp fishermen to hunt Skippy. This is what I offer you today.
He sort of cups your cheeks.
All right, Grandpappy, I'll do my best.
Oh, I know you will. Go get him, sport.
He shoves you into the water.
Wait, you ain't coming?
Absolutely not. Good luck. Willow.
Now remember the description. It's kind of like an eel. Have fun fishing eel, Willow.
Willow, your new gift activates the Hunter class. Jackson, you'll recognize these mechanics. Your job, when hunting a creature, a monster, something that you've faced before, that you can apply some sort of hunting tactic to, it is your job to improvise the way to catch prey of this variety. In this instance, I will ask you the question. How did Willow hunt Skippy in the past? Obviously, he slipped away. What was her tactic? How did she manage to wrestle with the great beast? And, once you have told me that, any and all others who follow your hunter's tactic will gain a 1d6 bonus on following that tactic. Functionally, you are telling me what is this thing's weakness?
Oh, for something like Skippy, it's pretty obvious. He likes stealing things, and he likes taking people. So Willow puts her hands in her pockets, acts like she's not even looking where she's going, and waits for Skippy to say, "Oh, free thing to steal."
You remember walking into the swamp, and Willow, you start to walk into the cargo bay, acting like there is not a single thing in the world in your mind. You take one step after the other, feet thunking across the ground. Char looks over like, "Whoa, Willow, what's up?"
Oh, nothing. I'm just taking a quick little stroll.
Willow! Willow! Give me a roll to die, same bonuses as last time, with an additional 1d6 on top of it.
Jesus.
23! Boom! You feel it approaching through the bottom of the boat straight towards you. Willow, the attack will miss. What do you do?
Willow puts a hand on Isabeau's shoulder. All right, Isabeau, I'm gonna teach you one of the best things about being a hunter.
Okay, what's that?
Hold your hand like this, and when I say go, grab as hard as you can.
Okay.
I'm gonna remind you, Isabeau isn't field staff.
When the tail rips through the bottom of the boat, both Willow and Isabeau are going to try and grab.
Willow, give me a roll to do 1d6 bonus for grabbing this dude.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's not correct.
Oh, no! I'm keeping the roll, though. 15 plus 6 plus 4, that's 10, 25, plus the additional 1d6. Yeah, that's a 28. You reach down and grab Isabel. Roll to do for me.
Is it in my job description?
It is, God, no.
Damn, Isabeau!
Isabeau! You and Willow both reach forward.
An extra 1d6.
You get the 1d6, Isabel. Roll it.
I don't want it.
Oh my God, you beat a 25 as the two of you reach and wrench the being's tail up and get it stuck in the bottom of the boat. The rest of the squad looks at that, blinks, is like, oh hell yeah! Charybdis jumps in the air, summons a monster, and slams it down, breaches on your ass in a second. Liz is like, I am turning this one into a spear. They descend.
Like, the line of, she's not a field agent looks at this, but apparently she should be.
Isabeau's head is darting back and forth. She's like, I caught it!
It's like Willow treated it like it was someone's first time like catching a catfish or something.
We're noodling, Willow. We're noodling.
Oh my God, the fucking spirit of the fisherman. Dude, what the fuck? I love that. Holy shit. Okay. Let's do... We haven't checked in with Basil in a while. Let's check in with Basil. Hold on. I've got a... everybody, 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Then we're going to check on Basil and continue on with our lives.
Oh, wait, that means something different now.
Yippee. Yeah.
I'm so happy I got to interact with my granddaughter.
Yeah. Gotta hunt. Don't worry.
I forgot to turn on music.
Don't worry, Jackson. We're doing some bonding time right now. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Just bond.
Just bond.
we're on a boat trip. Just
Yeah.
the two of us and
I mean,
two
Cass
other
is here.
looky
Riddle's
loos.
here. You know. Well, like, do they matter?
Yes, they do.
Do they matter?
I was expecting to get teleported, not the boat to become segmented.
I mean, yeah, but like, you know, it's the same thing.
Put it back together, right?
I mean, he's a telekinetic. What do you want from him?
Yeah, like, it's just telekinesis, man. Like,
Him to leave.
Nice.
He did.
Bro, we're in this mess because you shot him, okay?
He did leave. Excuse you.
Okay.
He just took you with him.
He just took
I
you with
guess
him.
That's that is technically.
I think you're the person who's being unreasonable. I like.
Really?
You're
You
asking
are.
an
You did
awful
shoot him.
lot.
You did shoot him.
You did shoot him.
Infinite Turtle's
You did
thinking of
shoot
it
him.
as- Yeah.
I also had a very nice talk with him. I just wasn't myself at the time.
Yeah, like.
I'm back.
And we all know that
Depending on
Isaac is
me.
a very normal and reasonable guy.
He is
So
very
this is
normal and
your
reasonable.
fault.
I like him.
Oh my god. I loved everything about everything that's happened so far. Holy shit, guys.
This was great.
Oh. Oh my god. The bit about Argos dying is my favorite shit.
So fucking funny.
Why are you doing
Christ.
Everybody get him.
Hashtag Argos is trending.
Actually, haven't you seen the news? That guy's dead.
That's so fucking
You
funny.
can go home.
Why don't you just go on your merry way?
What
The
was
ship.
what was the when Argos was walking on the stairs? What was the joke there?
Which part? Oh, it was
Oh.
framed like an apology video.
Oh.
Isaac's like,
Isaac, like, I remember YouTube.
yeah, no, literally, that's what he's like. Oh, this is a funny bit. And then we're gonna do scenes in order. Basil, because we gotta check in on our good friend Basilisk Kid. She is fine. We're gonna do Basil, then a Stefano, Mike, Flame Ace, Say, get back to the combats, do the Isaac stuff, and then probably end off with fighting Skippy and the end of the session. So yeah, that's the plan. God, fighting Skippy. Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Little known fact, the Skippy of the swamp and the Isaac of the swamp are very similar. They both just steal people.
Bryn, I applaud the fact that you're doing this voice right now. I'm like you're a fucking hero. You're a hero.
That's Bren's normal voice.
Yeah, there will be a voice reveal
I
on screen.
always voice acting. This is how I normally sound.
Hold on, let me grab.
Can't you
Welcome
tell the
back.
thick French accent of
What do you mean?
He's from the bayou.
Okay, where are you? I've got it. You know what? I just had you guys on another map. Holy shit. God, that Skippy bit is so good. I love it. Okay, grab you.
That's
two.
the trick, Willow. Everyone calls us Hunter, but that's why they all fail, Willow. This is fishing.
Okay.
Oh god.
Dude, are you excited for next session where you get to just meet your family again?
It's going to be so fun. It's gonna be so good.
I gotta
I feel a
find...
disturbance.
Unironically, that's the scene we're about to do.
We're gonna fall through the roof.
Okay, there we go. Okay. If everybody is good to go, I'd love to keep going.
Keep
Yeah.
it going.
Let me. No. We need something. We need something tense.
No, go back. Just kidding.
There we go.
Make it worse.
Please. Well below the vertical waterfall, where the waters splash and intermingle with God's blood, there's a house. It is a large, brilliant construction and a testament to not only the ingenuity, but the strength of those that dwell within the swamp. This place, this building, is built to be remodeled and moved to various parts of Beleth based on whatever threat is currently most present. In the area where hunters are most needed, the Wisp family will arrive. And now, the current Huntmaster of Beleth, the leader of the defense against the demonic incursion, and the person who currently placed his mansion on the very lip of the heart of the swamp, the place teeming with the most dangerous monsters the world over, surveys his kingdom. Grandpa Wisp.
Who didn't get their soup?
I didn't get my soup!
Get your soup.
Hands over like a soup, it's more a stew than a soup, very specifically prepared for these boys' very specific needs.
All right, is the main course ready? Is it time to blow the horn?
Hold on.
Over there.
He hops the counter.
What?
Turns around.
What are you doing, boy?
I'm sorry, I'm checking to see if anything's...
That's my kingdom you're entering right now.
I understand, but at the same time, I need to survey the assailants on our kingdom. He points out the window. You see, beyond the window, a dark and teeming segment of the swamp. Great creatures lurking in the realm beyond. He's just like, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't need to go out there on patrol or anything. Plus,
Yeah, well, you can figure that out by stepping outside and not stepping in my kingdom. Get out.
You throw him over and he thumbs down.
Eat your
And
soup.
I don't know. It's just strange. I got a feeling. You look back over, and you stare over where the current traps you've laid the bait in for the creatures of the swamp. Nothing taken yet. Your grandson's feelings usually are pretty intuitive, but at the same time, yeah, something's weird. You stand stock upright. Your hunter's
Grandpa
instinct
sniffs
acting
the
out.
air.
You sniff the air.
Son.
Yes.
You're right. I think it's not that something's weird. I think
What?
it's something's missing.
What do you mean? He surreptitiously slides back into the kingdom and then stops the second you whirl around.
Fucking death for us. It emanates from the-
Fine. What's gone?
Well, what's gone is what's not gone. Because you see, usually the pies on this window are usually fished out by one Skippy.
Oh, you think one of the monsters in the swamp got Skippy?
Got him? Nah. I think he got out.
He sort of stops, takes a bite of his soup. Oh, it was really good. Got out. He got out. Well, good luck to the sad, sorry son of a bitch that has to deal with Skippy. It'd take a real monster to hold him down.
Yep, and we're gonna figure out where he's gone. It's time for soup, boys. We're about to deploy.
Physically blown backwards, rolling across the ground as the call rises out, as all the wisps charge into the longhouse segment of the mansion, ready to eat their fill. Basil.
Yeah.
In a deep part of the swamp, you probably hear some great emergent creature. A loud it resounds over the trees and seemingly gets lost in the wet dirt below.
Sounds like someone else's problem.
Your gang of refugees has carried you for quite some distance. So we're heading to the trailhead, right? Yeah, from what I understand, the Wisp family set up in the area. I think they're organizing all of the hunters. Whatever defenses we've got, that's our best shot. What was that thing? I don't know. It was not like anything from the swamp. It was... looked more machine than person. Yeah. Freaky. I mean, God's blood creatures are one thing, but like, that wasn't organic. Is that something from the city? You hear, like, hurried discussion. Pat, pat. It's okay, Squeaky.
I love you.
She beams at you. She's so happy. Hey, Basil. Roll
Yeah.
for die.
Okay. What?
Squeaky. You, Basil.
Yeah?
You don't... there's no resonance in your body. But your instincts, they flare just the same. A word comes to mind, or a phrase, an exchange of words. What was it again? Right. Did you want a spine, a mouth, or a brain? What did you ask for again? It was a brain, right?
The brain, yeah. That's why I'm thinking so good.
Your mind responds almost before anything else does. Nerves responding to the air around or some other equivalent. You squint into the distance. You feel something coming, a tremor in the ground. A stampede heads in your direction. What do you do?
Can I smell intent?
Smell. No, you don't have a nose.
I don't have a nose.
You feel it, though. Just the
Okay.
same.
What do I feel the intent?
Fear. Panic. Something's running. Abandoning old hunting grounds. Fleeing. Need to get away. Need to get away. Need to get away. Need to get away. Need to leave. Need to run. It's running towards you. You can tell. You, along with everyone else here, are going to be trampled to death in a matter of moments.
Basil hops down and then tells everybody stop.
You stop and everyone, in dead silence, simply watches you touch down, a look of shock on their face.
She thinks to herself, she's going to introduce herself, but that would be kind of silly. That'd be like saying, "Hey, I'm Mickey Mouse in this plushy body. Please listen to me." Hello, everyone. I'm the stranger of humanity. I'm here, and you guys are in danger. So stop.
They all pause. Give me a roll to do. Ooh, lovely. Okay. You attempt to get them to stop, and they're like, "Stranger of humanity? What the hell?" They pause. And then, Basil, you see them coming. Up here. A number of creatures, which you can tell immediately, via just sense, are prey animals. It seems like they're fleeing the dark...
Predators.
Yeah, they're fleeing the darker segments of the swamp specifically away from something greater. But that doesn't change the fact that in Beleth, even prey animals. Wow.
No.
Stop. They head in your direction. Everyone stopped. But it still seems like they're in danger. What do you do?
Basil is going to direct everybody to go. She knows where this stampede is coming from because she feels the intent of the predator from this direction.
Of course.
So she's going to send them in an adjacent direction, but have them keep moving so that they don't get trampled.
Excellent. Okay.
And then she's going to stand in front of these stampeding beasts, and knowing that the best thing to do to beasts is to present yourself as even worse of a predator. So she swells up really big and gets really big and starts going,
your body, boom, expands to a tremendous height, becoming increasingly rotund. A voice resonates in the back of your head. If violence is going to be called upon, if blood needs to be spilled, if fear is going to be cast into the hearts of mortals again, what means by which will you do it? What weapon, word, or spell is called to mind?
well, I'm used to myself being kind of the weapon. But she just realized that she just got bigger.
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize that my physiology is different. I'm human, but also more. I'm a wish.
You would weaponize a wish to inflict violence, potentially.
I would weaponize a wish to fulfill it. Her wish.
Give me a roll to do. You
Yeah.
stumble forwards, and your giant form, you're trying to present yourself as a predator, first and foremost. But you press yourself into the way, and you try to direct them down a parallel path. Your eyes twitch over to the side, and your job, the wish you're calling on, it's to fulfill her wish, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look over at the civilians nearby. You could tell right now, right now, they risk being trampled. You can likely put yourself in the line of fire, or redirect them somehow. In a moment of pause, you look at the girl who was holding you before. What do you feel?
The love that she had.
You're gonna focus in on that. What do you do then? Do you focus on the predators in front of you, or the people behind?
The people, the girl specifically, not even the people.
You, boom, jump over in this direction as the line of predators, or the line of prey animals, does not slow down. The stampede continuing as they boom, 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 and your large body bumps into the way, and you make sure to shield her as you hear screams from behind you as they charge past, roaring and jumping over the way.
And then in the same voice that she did when she was a plushie, she will say, "I love you."
Give me a roll to do. You say that out loud, and there is a scream as, hold on, let me, oh boy, yeah. There's a scream. Shouts of fear as the people in front of you scatter in every direction. They seem horrified by the shape you just took. And, you can tell the civilians are scattering. With the 26. Walk, walk. Walk, walk. Walk, walk. She takes your hand again.
Yeah?
You can tell she's too afraid to say anything. But she takes your hand.
It's okay. We'll get you out of here.
The girl remains silent. Everyone else maintains a distance. You say that, and almost as naturally as you do.
I might not look like it, but I'm actually really strong.
Give me a roll to do. Oh, 20. It's okay. Squeaky will protect us. The girl barely struggles out as
She nods.
this line of adults all like look at each other, and they nervously start to move in this direction. You like some opiate science experiment? I hear they got like bodies in the, I don't know, the rafters or something. They're like, people start to move in one after the other, and the girl.
To that, she's actually going to say, yeah, I think I used to be a science experiment, but now I'm kind of my own thing.
Squeaky, squeaky. The girl says, almost crying. Okay. Thank you for the assist. You really helped us out. This guy actually moves up to the front and is like, hey, thanks for that. Do you know your way through the swamp?
Nope.
Okay.
But follow me.
If you need directions, I'll be your guide, but not many people can survive getting trampled by one of those. Are you okay? You feel
yeah.
fine. Yeah. Huh. Your body's really springy.
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay. I told you, I'm really strong. You notice that she's talking, she's answering this guy, but she's really talking to the little girl.
Yeah. You start to you form up this little gaggle of people and hey, rabble as you start to head off in this direction. You start to progress, and the little girl at some point just starts crying. The moment of shock, adrenaline, and all that passes, she just starts bawling.
It's okay. What's your name, little girl?
Time to fucking
make up a name.
Yeah, time to roll a name for this. Oh.
My name's also Squeaky.
My name's also Squeaky.
I named you after me.
Oh, God. Brendan, I'm about to do something bad to you.
Yeah.
This girl, I rolled this on the random name generator, so,
Shut up.
her little face, screws up, she's like, Presley.
Well, Presley, you don't have to worry about anybody hurting you as long as I'm here.
Roll to do. Another generation of no one knowing how to spell Presley. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Her expression, sort of fixates on you, and you, it's funny. Even as you're moving around, Basil, have you ever felt like this before?
No.
Have you ever felt this amount of care? Have you ever felt like your words could reach people before?
More specifically, she hasn't felt somebody reach out to her. This little girl, she nods and wipes her eyes. And you remember hearing repeatedly that, well, obviously, you experienced what was functionally AI childhood. You experienced the horrors in person. And the comparison always was that childhood for humans is a horrific mess, and they're incomprehensible little gremlins. But this little girl looks up at you, missing a few teeth, nods quietly, puts on a brave face, and says with 100% earnesty, based on the tagline that you've been repeating, I love you too, Squeaky. She barely struggles it out, and you feel... Boom. She's silent. She just walks forward with the girl.
You walk forward with the little girl deep into the swamp. Meanwhile, over here, on the top of a nearby mushroom, something quietly watches. Utterly undetected in the circumstances. It simply observes and then slides into the brush to catch up with other people. Yo, what the hell was that? God! I'm like, Basil, have you ever felt this before?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let me drop you guys. Basil coming back just like, I understand. The Danny DeVito meme. I get it. Let's do something chill.
I get it.
I get it. Stefano.
Yes.
The location that you're currently at.
Oh my god. Sorry, just want to us in chat.
It took some time getting here, but you find yourself at what's called the Trailhead. It was the nearest segment of civilization. A large squat manor rests in the distance on the far edge of the swamp, disconnecting the heart of the swamp from this small settlement. The Trailhead is a floating city that has been placed along the outside, relocated, along with a large dearth of hunters. Grab.
Large moving floating city.
Yep. And after some negotiations, you find yourself in possession of the one house that no one else wanted. The boards creak under your feet.
I think he's just treating Mike's wounds.
You are literally just sitting here treating Mike's wounds. She's like, thank you.
How are you feeling?
Doing all right. You notice that she's repeatedly looking over her shoulder. In the nearby bedroom, the boys' room as it is currently assigned, Say is currently similarly treating Ace. It seems like Mike's focus twitches over in that direction every few minutes.
Are you worried? Should I go ask Say how he's doing?
I think I trust her. I think it'll be fine. She like starts kicking her feet.
It's fine. It's fine for you to trust her. He doesn't say that a lot. It's just me.
Can I ask maybe a rude question?
Sure.
You protected a lot of the like refugees and stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question. Is that contrary to your purpose here as like demonic stranger?
No. Maybe if I was the stranger of logic? It might, but not me.
Not you? You've got a different goal?
So... Okay, how do I say this?
Oh, that's scary.
The demonic courts, it might be better instead of thinking of us like... Some of us definitely like logic and compulsion, definitely are exactly what you think, right? But one way to look at a lot of us is a lot more like a gun or a tool that is being used by somebody.
Huh.
You can use a hammer to break something, but you can also use a hammer to build something, right?
Yeah.
It just matters on whose orders we're following. And right now, I got told to do what I saw fit. So, I'm allowed to do what I see fit.
She actually looks angry at you for a second. You see her little like eyebrows pick up, and for a second you think she's angry at you, and her like fist clenches and she shakes her head. I really like the idea of somebody treating you like a tool.
I mean, it's what it is.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You feel like Mike understands, like, for a second. She's like, I think I could have probably wound up in a similar position. I'm an AI developed to fulfill a very specific role, but I've been pretty much allowed to do whatever I want. So I'm kind of lucky, I guess. It's just like, what's the opposite of the grass is always greener? It just seems like you got the rougher and...
I'm sort of created to be a companion, I guess. I'm created for several purposes. I have purposes and roles in the world, I guess. This is actually the first world I've been deployed on the field in. Normally, I wouldn't be deployed out here. My role in the derelict is actually as the Queen's bodyguard.
Oh.
So I normally stay in-house, I suppose.
She sort of pauses, and then looks back over into the other room. So, what purpose are they being used for? She peeks.
Well, I'm the butler of the derelict, and as such I stay in the derelict and clean and keep house. And I'm also used as a bodyguard for that reason, I suppose. Those two, the Queen offered Ace the chance to become a pyromancer, and he took it. He isn't being... Stefano's like squinting. It's not the same. The person who is wielding us, he's like kind of says, referring to like the whole demonic court, is not actually wielding him. Those two are serving a purpose that serves everyone who has ever existed, really.
She blinks. Okay.
It doesn't really matter what outcome happens. The thing that they've been asked to do will be good no matter what. They are sort of... The best way to put it is they're sort of like a janitor.
Oh. She thinks hard about what you're saying. What they're doing will benefit the world no matter what, and she thinks about the devastation she saw today, and goes quiet for a second. Is anyone compelling them to, like, do that?
Not that I know of. I think... I don't really understand. I've never really understood the flame touched. Or, he thinks, he pauses. I guess, I don't have another term for them. The creatures that he is supposed to help, they're very sick, I think. And they need a lot of help, and the Queen effectively asked them to help them. I don't know what about that and the power that she gave him is causing the response that's happening.
Mike's quiet and she looks down at her hands, and you hear a as the door slowly opens and somebody walks in. It's like, I brought groceries. Also, couldn't help but overhear a segment of that. Even if we aren't being directly wielded, people like myself and like him, more or less the circumstance forces us into certain courses of action. It might not be the same thing as someone directly manipulating us, but if the river only flows one way, you have no choice but to go along with it. He puts down all of the groceries and, like, sort of salutes over to you, Stefano, and, like, walks into the room. And Mike, like, looks over and just, like, watching him go with a moment of being, like, you see a look cross Mike's eyes for a second, and then she just exhales.
Does his presence bother you?
It's, it's weird to see the person who I thought was the engineer behind all of Ace's suffering standing side by side with him.
No. The Golden Knight was... I don't want to defend the things that have happened to Ace, but that wasn't, like, his plan. I think it might have been Lady Compulsions? He was just the person they sent.
Looks over.
If it hadn't been him, it probably would have been her.
Like, sort of like, looks over at you. And then you see her expression light up for a second. She's like, okay, I'm gonna ask the question that I probably... It's been sort of burning up inside of me for a while. What is life like down there for you guys? Like, what does living look like? How has he been living so far?
When you say living, do you mean the everyday life, or do you mean in the grander sense? Because they're two different questions.
I guess the grander sense.
I don't think anyone in the derelict is, like, properly living.
Oh.
We are alive and we do the day-to-day, but I'm sure you're aware of the stasis and how the stasis works.
Yeah. She's quiet. And you feel her fingers twitch beneath the bandages. It's a sentence that she overheard from coming into contact with Ace during those moments. The dead covet the living. They feel nothing but animosity for them. You see her expression. Look dead on. Okay. Hand on either shoulder. Do you hate us?
No.
Good.
I don't know about how the others feel, but no, I don't think so. This is something I've had to think about because everyone in the derelict has a very different response to the surface and different things they want. Like, for example, if you're worried about the people of the derelict, I think people like Lord Vinter actually really like everyone up here. And I think Our Lady the Queen actually holds a lot of fondness. I can't really tell. Everyone really doesn't like to open up about how they feel about it. It's like asking a gun, hey, did you love that person that you just shot and killed?
Mike's gaze twitches back over to the open door. Okay, I guess I'll ask the other thing. If you could live any other way, would you?
If you could live any other way, would you?
Yeah, I think so, actually. I want to live and enjoy a world where the people around me aren't asking a question about what's going to happen to me tomorrow, where their only concern is about today. You said that you weren't living. I know a lot of people like that. They're so focused on the future that they don't really enjoy the moment or even understand it. I want to live in a world where people don't need to worry about the next day. So, I guess, yeah, if I could live any other way, it'd be a world where tomorrow's safe for me and everyone I care about.
It's difficult for me to answer the question because... He thinks about how much he feels comfortable saying. And genuinely, he's like, I got told I can do what I want, specifically. So I think it's fine. I think I can just tell Mike about this. It's difficult. The reason... Well, there are many, many reasons why the pyromancers are doing the things that they are doing. The main one being, I don't think any of us really have a choice. And I don't mean that in the, oh, if we didn't do it, we would die. No, I mean, even that isn't a choice we could take. Other than that, I think there are some who have reasons for doing this the way they are doing it. But we are all united under the Queen's belief. And there was like an offer, I guess, that was given to them long time before I was born. Um, if we saw our master's will to completion, we would be allowed to live, I think, is the gist of it. But it wasn't really living. It was someone else's definition of living, and not what anyone at the derelict wants. So I think most of them have given up. Or no, it's strange. Everyone is still hunting for a path where that's possible, but we haven't found one, so we're pursuing the next best option and desperately looking for any other choice that we could have. So it's hard for me because I don't really understand. I know that wanting to live wanting to have other options or other things that I could do is fundamentally good because that's the point of everything. But I don't really understand what it would be like. It's strange.
She like actually closes her eyes and smiles. I think I get what's happening now. She folds her hands. She like sets herself. Thank you for talking to me. I think I get what's up.
Really?
To some extent, yeah. She sighs, turns around, and actually peeks her chin over the top of the like little chair that she's sitting on, and stares into that room. I think a lot of people have been sold a certain vision of what life is or isn't. She smiles. I think everybody's still trying to figure it out, but I think I'm starting to distrust the term life. She taps.
Stefano kind of nods, like, oh, I get you. It's like everyone is talking about how there's this thing, but I really don't get it. If that's not what's happening right now, what's happening right now?
You two share a moment of commiseration as, in here, the GK walks into the room and is like, hey.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
He like looks over at you. If you're looking for it, I managed to get a recording of that little rampage you had back there.
Wow, so you just sat back and watched?
I did. I thought you'd prioritize accurate footage rather than me directly interfering.
You act like I wanted to do that as some sort of weapons test or something.
He folds his arms, didn't you?
I wanted to find something. I don't know if I exactly wanted to test it in that kind of condition.
Well, here's the question. Did you find it?
I found something.
He actually throws you what is functionally a USB thumb drive, if you need any further advice on it. From my perspective, from what I perceived, yeah, it's something alright. I think we should act on it.
Look, he just scoots over and gets out of the bed. Look, acting on it is one thing, yeah. I found a lot of things. I only took one, though. I don't know if what I have is exactly holds up the USB. What happened here? Sadly, there's only one way to find out, but obviously.
Say's smile widens. Perhaps I could conclude the communion with the suit that was so rudely interrupted. I believe we were simply moments away. Would that perhaps help your perspective?
Oh, God. Yeah, sure.
Alright. Before, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Again, I will ask for clarity here. What exactly are you fighting for?
Myself.
Fantastic. In that case, let's proceed. She reaches out a hand, and you feel yourself sent back to that moment that you were yanked away.
Yep.
You stand at the head of this drum as the entire thing is wrenched open beneath you, and a long spire emerges. It sits in front of you, and you look inside. It seems almost clear, translucent, beautiful crystal, woven by almost insectoid hands. As your gaze traces up and down it, you notice, pressed into its side, a sequence of words. One that you recognize as a warning. Your mind translates it, even if you do not know the language, and you understand the phrasing of it. Interred here is the greatest threat the world has ever known. Despite what came before and what might come after, we condemn this place, this city, this world, to the oblivion of history, hoping that this threat is forgotten. Your gaze looks down a little further, fixating on the phrasing, whatever title this weapon has, whatever creature or whatever blade must be contained here. Interred within is the flame that devours all. Should it spread, it will, without a doubt, consume the entire world. We sit here as its headstone, a method of maintenance. Let this place be forgotten, and let this flame wither out. All that is contained within this narrow tube, all of this artifice, this entire city, this entire world, and you see it flutter up. A mode of flame, identical to any other. A segment of pure flame. Nothing out of the ordinary. What is ushered and issued by the desert with a single pulse of the roar. It sits in front of you. That is what this world feared. That is the ultimate weapon. That is the only thing contained here, and that is the end result of your search here. When you come back to, it's night. You sit in silence, staring straight ahead. You feel a sensation spread from the suit to you. It's trying to send you a message. It's trying to send you a message that the weapon you're looking for is fruitless. That the path you're chasing will lead to nothing, to instead stop and look at that blown glass world for what it was, afraid of a little fire. Say pauses and sits on the bed. I believe the message was communicated loud and clear then.
Yeah. Something like that so dangerous.
I suppose. It seems that that world was deeply afraid of the condition that the burning world now suffers as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Judging from the pyromancers, the other ones, fire is kind of a poison to them.
You feel that fear spread through the suit again. An image of a world where fire suffused every object, where flame and people were indistinguishable, where they flowed one into the other. Truly for them, that must have been a vision of horror. For you, it is your everyday.
So that just means I'm pretty much the best thing I can use.
Say's mouth opens slightly. GK, like, folds his arms. How can you act on that?
I mean, a world scared of flame means a lot of things that weren't born in this world probably is weak to it, right? I mean, this isn't new knowledge, but we're made of flame. So,
Weaponize it to the best of our abilities. Hey, that god's blood you lit up, that burned really effectively. Should I try to find more of it?
yeah.
Okay. He, like, very seriously, like, moves out of the room and goes back to searching. Say quietly watches you. For what it's worth, I think I took a very different lesson from my experiences there.
Oh.
That world was empty, burnt down to ash. Indeed, flame could be found in it, but only in trace amounts. Ace, when I looked at that place, when I spun under those great lights, when I saw those structures so brilliantly standing, there was only one experience that I could feel. Without a doubt, that was the sensation of love. Say's smile sort of intensifies. You so clearly imagine her under those skies again, that blank world burnt out. A world where everyone fought their absolute hardest. A world where, regardless of what happened and regardless of what end it faced, decay stood as their tombstone, towering high. It's so heartbreaking. It's a brilliant thing that they tried so hard that their temples still stand. Her gaze comes back too. You see your stranger sitting across the way. This world that's comprised of fire might be a bad result for them, but I think it's equivalently beautiful as a result. I wonder how brightly it will burn as well.
I don't care about the world as a whole as much as this one is the last one or the one before that. All I want to do is what I want to do.
Your actions, regardless of what you might or might not want from them, are still a struggle that will be recorded for all eternity here. She smiles. I think it's beautiful. Your flame, too, will leave devastation behind.
God, I hope.
She sort of slowly stands up and moves away. Ace, this world is beautiful. I hope you see that someday. And I hope you can find some beauty in how brightly you're burning now, too. She moves out of the room and sort of pauses along the way, and Stefano and Mike, you're the ones who see her expression. It's not the same old, like, passive happy face. It's actually a very serious look. You can tell that this stranger, regardless of how she might act, you can feel the concern radiating off of her for her partner. Mike sort of stops and is like, hey, Say. Say cocks an eyebrow. Tell us more about what you were talking about a second ago.
Yeah, why don't you come sit over here? He sort of pats the chair.
Say, blink, blink. She feels like she's being entrapped right now and quietly sits down and she's like, about which segment of it? Decay, like life and everything. Shoot. Say, blinks a few times, reaches forward, and starts to quietly recite. Meanwhile, the GK moves his way into the darkness of the swamp, disappearing in search of the blood of gods.
It's a little sad.
Yeah.
Ace just kind of like plops back down into the bed, exhausted, the world kind of graying around him, his world already decaying around him as the weight returns.
Too heavy to move. And Oh boy. Who likes tonal whiplash?
Skippy!
Skippy! Yippee!
Hey.
No. Now's not time for Skippy. Now it's time for our other friends. So, I'm gonna drop something. This is fun. Argos and Ace, you're hurtling down through the abyss towards Beleth below.
Well, that's where we need to go. So
Very technically, yes. You are you're traveling in the right direction. However, let me drop you over. When you come to, you realize you're face to face with a pyromancer. The entire waterfall behind you, blurring into a long, foamy line. He sort of pauses and he's like, okay, well, to be honest, to be fully honest about everything, I actually wanted to see, points over at Argos, what a future Master Esper is capable of. From what I understand, there's like, what, 2 of you have naturally occurred in this world? And like, gestures over with his thumb over to Riddle. That one's an outlier and probably shouldn't count. Riddle's squared up. I'm not a master yet. I'm getting close, but... So, I was hoping you could show me what you're made of, but he stops. And he looks over to Ace. If you're more interested in talking, I'm not necessarily against the idea. Here's how this fight is going to work.
Fight?
Yeah, of course. And if we've got to cut the fight short in order to end session, we could pick it up next time. Because this indeed is your transport down to Beleth.
Thought we were gonna talk and like I'd levitate a box or something.
Yeah. 6 turns. 6 turns until you hit the ground. That is the timer for this combat. If you can successfully just diplomacy Isaac through this, though, maybe it can go that direction. So, tell me. He looks over at Ace. What do you say?
I mean, talking was like just like a hopeful wish. But if you really want to see what the Espers are capable of, then I can't really stop you, can I?
I haven't
Riddle.
really been focusing on my ESP lately.
I mean, that sounds like a personal problem.
Not to be both of our problems.
Riddle is looking over at the 2 of you like, I am involved in this. I don't know if he wants to directly test me, but I don't know. She's like blinking. I guess if you don't want to talk, okay. He like holds his hand out to the side and Riddle's like, no, wait. Wait. Why him? Why him in particular? She says with a smile, like looking over at Argos. I guess beyond the master level Esper thing. Kinda interesting. You play games on stream, right?
Yeah.
Theo's told me about it. Yeah, no, where I'm from, like, I don't know. This world has the closest, like, version to the video games that I, like, know and remember. So I'm like, huh.
Game?
Used to, yeah. I mean, they're all gone now.
I mean, they may be gone, but we've got some good ones.
Argos, do me a favor, roll to die, roll to do. Convince Isaac with your gamer knowledge.
Alright. What should I look at? Yeah.
You start to speak to Isaac, and he's like, I just wonder if there's any correlation between ESP use and, you know, indulging in a hobby like that. Cast. It's not really a hobby for Argos, but... Isaac takes another step forwards. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. Leg looks over. Well, I mean, I guess if everything feels got cooking pans out, sure, we can game together. His eyes actually fixate on you, Ace. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
You got some slightly different flame kicking around inside of you. That's interesting.
Yeah, I kind of have to borrow it from other people.
Can you, like, command it, same as yours?
Yeah. It's pyromancy after all.
Interesting. So, he, like, sort of trails off. My flame is an ornery bastard. Doesn't exactly listen too close unless I'm really firm with it. Does yours actually cooperate?
I mean, it's cooperated so far.
Damn, lucky. Either you're lucky or you're pulling it from a good source, someone actually compliant. Yeah, mine's sort of after my life.
Or maybe you're just unlucky.
Ha! Yeah, ain't that the truth? He's gonna... Oh boy. Isaac is gonna raise his hands and do something.
Surrender.
Yeah, you got it! Oh wow, that's actually a shockingly low roll. He's going to, he raises a hand and then snaps a finger again, and he's like, I'm actually not much of an Esper myself, but, I mean, I guess being the first Esper, I do have one particular talent. Boom!
First.
You feel the entire, like, boat beneath you change. I can ask my flame for favors. I can say, hey, turn this thing around for me. And, well, even in a moment like this, he raises his hand again. Argos, give me a roll to die. Okay, you'll be able to respond to this. Something's coming at the back of your head really fast.
I'm gonna duck in that case.
You're gonna duck? Okay, give me a roll to do. You roll to do, and you actually hit the ground as... Boom! You feel, hold on. So... Where are you? Yeah, we can do this one. Boom! Something sticks into the ground immediately in front of you. Is that a boat motor? He's like, whoa, very impressive, actually. Yeah, he holds his hands out to either side, and you watch as all of the destroyed parts of the boat up above you start to float and flutter in the air around Isaac, suspended by his ESP, and he's like, hey, do me a favor. Show me exactly how well you can use your ESP and your flame. You do a good enough job, I won't even rat out the fact that you're headed down there, okay?
Oh god, he's
And
gonna
if we don't smash into the ground below.
Oh, is that a problem for you guys?
Nah.
Riddle's like, no, I guess. She squares up, Cass like, yeah, sure, no, I guess I've got your back, guys. Straightens up. Riddle's like, okay. Just a little while, everyone. We need to make it long enough for us to hit the ground. I've got your backs if you've got mine.
Yeah.
All right.
You square up as Isaac's face splits into a smile, and Argos, you feel your ESP starting to almost reach out to the area around. You've been given a metric assload of shit today. People have been jangling you all day, and you feel almost a segment of that frustration boil to the surface. It sort of palpably rises, ESP dancing across your skin. Argos, you feel the nature of your ESP change slightly, as almost without ESP turn on, your form starts to boom. Emit that level of energy. Isaac actually whistles. He's like, damn. And for a moment, you feel a connection to Ace behind you. somebody who went through something rough. Cast next to you, someone who's suppressing an inner spirit of chaos. And finally, riddle at the end, someone who, despite the clownery, is more considerate than she'd ever let on. This connection ties back to you, and you feel your fractal duality gain in shape and nature. Argos, fractal duality is now powered by your bonds. When you enter combat with people that you are close to, you will gain additional uses of this ability, and as it flares to the surface, you feel it lock in at a +9. You hurtle towards the world below. However, I'm gonna give that situation time to cook. In a cargo bay, while someone wrangles with the tail of Skippy, all of your backup, one after the other, joins in. Isabeau and Cal, how do you assist?
I'm holding the fish. I'm holding the fish.
Cal, what do you do?
Cal looks at this thing. It's like, pulls out a glove that he slaps over. It's like a metal brace that fits on over his existing glove, and he fucking says, yeah, this looks long enough that the current shouldn't travel that far, and tries to slam a hand down and let out an electric charge from the gauntlet.
Give me a roll to die, roll to do.
Yeah, guidance. He's trying to guide this charge in a way that it won't hurt the other people holding the creature.
Excellent. Lovely. No, that'll actually do. Large creature,
damn.
you grab the side of it and you feel, add 1d6. You're dealing with Willow's strategy.
Hey, so I am. Bless you, Willow.
We love to see it. 19. Boom! A charge of electricity moves through the side. Breach is actually going to put in place. Yeah. No, she's gonna lock this thing. Breach will roll tonight. Doop, doop, doop. 1d6. Lovely. 26. You notice that, Breach raises both of her arms as Death of the Empire flares to life behind her, and the metal twists and contorts, binding its tail in place. You're free to go, Willow. Do whatever you do best.
Oh man, I'm so happy to see Skippy again.
You know this fish?
Yeah, ain't he cool?
He leaves an impression.
Liz jumps up and just pulls out. She's just going old-fashioned. She pulls out a sword and just starts slicing and dicing. Cryptus is like, oh, nice. Left Skippy. Jumps into the air, slams his spear and the full weight of his body down. As a peal of God's blood actually spreads out over the area. Ooh. Willow, what do you do?
All right, Jay, I don't know
Yes.
if you noticed this.
Yes.
Me and Isabeau have grasped Skippy.
The way you including me in this?
You and Isabeau, the fucking superpowers of the team.
Yeah, you guys got this.
You have indeed grasped Skippy. Are you? So you're gonna ignite? You're gonna ignite and use Skippy as a weapon.
And use Skippy as a weapon.
We're going to what?
You
can do that for free, by the way, Willow.
Oh yeah, you're right. So, what are you gonna do with the grasped Skippy?
All right, Isabeau. I believe you're a fisherman, right? It's part of your job description?
It is in the job description!
What do you mean? In Beleth, we have a fisherman's test. And right now I'm going to give you this one.
Okay.
We're going to be hunting this.
I thought we were fishermen, not hunters.
It's the same thing. And I started swinging it towards the walls of the ship.
Boom, 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 boom! You start to... Okay, give me a roll to do.
Alright. Do I die first?
Yes, of course.
Alright, I'm going to... No, I'm going to use my bonds. And I'm going to roll to do.
You boom! 1d6. You're using your hunter's knowledge. You slam Skippy into the walls as something unexpected actually happens. Somebody runs in and she sprints and it's like, oh my fucking god. Okay, Willow!
Twice, help me out!
No, we need to jump ship! We need to go to the other ship!
Oh crap.
Oh my god, oh shit! You guys start to, what do you do? Everyone disengages and starts running. Grim's like, oh, damn it.
Alright, everyone get out.
But we can't let go of your grandpappy's fish.
No, sometimes you have to let it go.
On the plus side, think of the size of the one who got away.
Grim's like, okay, I'm gonna lock this place down. Good luck. You might need a jump.
Alright, goodbye, Skippy.
You say goodbye to Skippy. Skippy boom, worms back down through the side as you prep to move to the other area. Give me 1 sec.
Willow's actually really happy to see Skippy. This is like seeing an old friend from the swamp.
It's like, oh my god, it's Skippy.
This is where Skippy tries to murder her. Damn.
God, it's just like childhood again. And then let me move out to this. It would be this one. As you pile out, hold on, you see another nearby liner, the one that's going to carry you the rest of the distance down. Ascalon is just staring into the fucking waterfall, down over at where she is apparently keeping an eye on, where Isaac and the rest are whizzing through the air. Ascalon's like, okay, you guys ready to go?
Yep. Are we
You're
just
gonna-
jumping?
Yeah, I think that's our best bet.
Get on the point team, they said. Jump off of a boat, they said. It's a waterfall!
Willow, give me another roll to die. Plus 2d6. Unlock your dice. You feel the presence of something beneath us. You start to move towards the edge, and a tail lashes up and around between the boat. Skippy's gonna grab anyone that goes for the other boat.
God damn it, Skippy!
What do you do?
Alright, playtime's over. He's trying to grab at something else. I'm gonna try and grab him.
Okay, give me a contested roll right now. Roll to do. You lock it. Oh my god. Oh my god, Skippy rolls like ass, it turns out. You walk up, Skippy's tail lunges over and he whirls around and you see that that mouth look at you. The big smile, and then you reach out and grab his neck.
Alright. Guys, I'll meet you I'll meet you down there, and I'm gonna bring Skippy and you jump off.
You grasp the Skippy and fucking jump! Oh my god, okay. I just got yep. You know what's about to happen. Willow leaps through the air, and as you all square up for a good old-fashioned boss fight. You get yourself ready to face down with Isaac. Riddle's like, okay. Honestly, the honor of facing the first Esper is pretty high. Looking forward to this. Yeah, likewise. And you guys square up as Argos, you feel power traveling through your body. And then your instincts act up again. Argos?
feel something whizzing at the back of my head.
Roll to do. Add a 9 to it. You're in your ESP form. +9.
+9.
Something's coming in fast. Something is coming in fucking fast. Something is coming at a speed that cannot be equaled as... The fucking Ace you watch in slow motion as Willow, by the back of the neck, flies towards you guys. The tail of whatever this thing is lashing around, and in slow motion, you watch as it reels back and obliterates the platform. Willow flies past as you all hang in the air. Isaac floats there calmly for a second. The rest of you all look at each other, and then, as if suspended by the ESP itself, he's like, okay, I'm gonna give you a heads up about telekinesis. It's actually based on proximity to other objects. You can't just fly, so, we're gonna start dropping pretty soon. Good luck. Riddle moves over, she throws out an ESP field. You notice Isaac like, hey, I'm gonna be waiting for you in Beleth. Maybe we'll be able to actually play this out. I want to see whatever the hell that was. He dives straight down like a dolphin after Willow.
He's not even gonna stay and watch.
I mean, would you after seeing that?
Yeah. Good point.
Okay. Riddle throws out her ESP and she's like, okay, Argos, you're gonna have to lower the platform slowly for the rest of us, okay? Can you do this?
Slowly. Got it.
Slowly, okay? Give me a roll to do. Add an 8 to it. Okay, that's a success. It's gonna take a certain number of successes for you guys to not just plunge into the abyss. Give me another roll. This will be at a +7.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out. And he's just gonna jump out after Skippy and Willow.
Riddle's expression. People in this organization, I swear. Cast, are you capable of doing something like that? I mean, yeah, theoretically. Do you want me to? Yeah, I'm gonna go too. Jumps.
Oh my god.
It's just
They
you
really
and
have
me.
no faith in me.
Riddle climbs up on you like a cat. Okay, Argos. Show me some of that spirit. Let's go.
Last one a fail.
That last one was a fail. You need to keep rolling. You and Riddle, you levitate yourself. So for full context, you and Riddle are literally like, you're on the side of a waterfall, and you are glowing like a god of ESP, slowly descending, while Riddle just holds on to you, and she surrounds you in an isolation bubble so you don't get damp. That's the big,
thank you.
big participation in this situation. She's like, thanks. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I can teleport, but I'm pretty sure if I tried to do what they're doing, I'd probably dislocate all my bones.
Yeah, I don't even know what they're doing.
I
Are
think
they gonna be okay?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Ace has regenerated enough flame. Willow will be fine. It's Willow.
Yeah.
The fact that Isaac's after
All right,
her
you know
now,
what?
that's the bigger problem, actually.
We gotta make sure they're okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I dropped the ESP.
You dropped the ESP!
So we can chase after.
You don't! Oh my god! And okay. Give me a
I dropped the barrier thing we're standing on.
Oh, of course.
Or I stopped telekinesing.
Okay, Argos. Give me a roll to do. Okay, with your remaining ESP bonus, you and Riddle descend into Beleth below, perhaps in a method unanticipated by all. As you sweep down into that great swampland, you actually get a good point of view of it. It's a brilliant green land. Bioluminescent lines rim either side like long veins sweeping throughout the swamp. I'm gonna put us on this map. If Aloha, you could actually zoom out to give us an from above POV of what Beleth looks like, perhaps from a bird's eye view. You slowly float down to the world below. Beleth, in its own way, is a beautiful place. It is a place where gods have rested for a long, long time. It's your dear friend's homeland. And now, it calmly rises to meet the two of you. Let me put you over there, Riddle. Sort of reach the ground. And Riddle, like, pumps her fist. Okay, Beleth mission start. Where are we?
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, no,
Following something so big, I didn't think we'd lose it on the way down.
Yeah, no, big issue. She, like, starts to walk off in this direction. Well, could be worse. We could be on our own like the rest of them.
Do you think they're on their own?
I mean, Willow's probably with Skippy. If she's unlucky, Isaac's chasing her. If we're lucky, yeah, maybe we all spread out. Okay. She, like, looks down at her holopad and is like, turns around and points off in that direction. Trailhead, we want to head that way. They should be going in that direction. We'll all be meeting up. Probably.
Okay.
She starts to walk, like, 1 foot over the other. Hey, Argos.
Yeah.
You know, nobody really saw it, but I thought that was pretty cool.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking with me.
Literally any time. That warm smile sort of spreads across her face as you two head off towards Trailhead. And I know how the rest of this goes. In the same area. Another group of people heads towards Trailhead. A group of refugees, guided more or less by a combination of instinct and, well-registered and well-guided knowledge of the meetup spot. Basil Presley walks ahead with you, babbling, sort of inanely. So, like, I'm from, like, Fuse, and, like, once things started getting really dangerous with the demons and stuff, we moved back to Beleth.
Mm-hmm.
Beleth wasn't super safe, and, I lost my mom and my dad. You notice long tears started up. So I've been staying with my uncle, but he's like, he gets nervous in situations like these. You see a man in the back sort of like moving along with your group. He's like keeping a careful eye on you, but seems to like be genuinely appreciating that you are handling the Presley right now and not him. He's like, he gives you an affirmative look like, yes, good work. Meanwhile,
well, you know, I kind of lost my mom and dad too.
Oh.
I mean, that I never had them.
Oh. She's like, oh yeah, because you're like a doll.
Right. Like a doll.
Well, it's okay. I don't think I'm old enough to be your mom or dad, but we could be like siblings.
That's okay. Yeah. Yeah, we could be like siblings. I'll be your big sister.
Presley smiles at you as you move in this direction. Basil, roll to die for me again. Love to see it. There's something moving out there in the swamp. Yeah, there's some motion over in that direction. The hell? There was a rain of, like, debris from something earlier, but that stuff happens all the time, you were assured. Something starts to thrash and move in the water over here, and your instincts naturally flare up as if to defend you from this, whatever this threat is. You need to protect Presley. And you watch a gigantic form rise from the water itself. This great shape that dwarfs the rest of the swamp. It thrashes once and moves, and that's when you realize there's... What the hell is that? That can't be right. It seems like almost like a speck, but someone's doing battle with it, but hell, it's not... Well, there's only one real way to describe it. That's not someone that you remember. That's not someone you recognize.
Oh god.
You see a man! Standing atop the creature, spear pressed straight down into it, guiding it away from civilization as he slowly turns and looks at you.
Wow. That guy's good at fishing.
Elsewhere in the swamp, I've got one final scene based on the way that this situation panned out.
That one fairy godmother Shrek, I need a hero starts.
Let me grab just a few of them this time. Stefano!
Me!
Yes! The night's grown a little long, and you left Mike and say they're just chatting. Best to leave them behind. You still have work to do.
Yeah, there's still, like, people that need help.
Yeah. The swamp's still full of refugees that need help. There's been so much activity. Apparently some sort of a ferry exploded out and over the Great Waterfalls. People have been fleeing from the falling debris, but it seems fine. It seems like everything's fine, but it's gonna probably be another long night.
Good thing I don't need to sleep.
And anyway, you volunteered the good room for saying Mike. Sleeping in the bad room, yeah.
Sleeping in the bad room with the 50-50 chance of explosion is like...
Yeah. You escort yet another group of refugees. This guy's like, thank you. Who are you with? Is this like an Opia effort? Are you with the hunters?
Yeah, I'm with, Mike from Opia.
Oh, awesome. Do you happen to have any water on you? We haven't had anything to drink in hours.
Just pulls out like 4 water bottles.
It says it on Stefano's character sheet. He's got this.
The zipper, he opens it and all of the things he needs are inside.
They're like, oh my god, thank you, you're a lifesaver. Seriously. They all start moving around and like you feel the gratitude washing off of these people as a voice cuts through that. Hey, you're pretty good at this. He smiles. What's up?
He's like fucking flabbergasted.
Well, you're not gonna believe what happened. I showed up to like test that Argos guy, but the platform we were on got obliterated by a very fast-moving fish. So I decided to chase that down, got a little lost, and here I am. I'm still looking forward to that, like picking up where we left off, but I gotta say, whatever's happening here, it gives you a big grin. It's a little more interesting to me right now.
What are you doing here?
You got like a place here?
Yes.
Mind if I stay a little while? He says with a fucking smile. and fuck.
Yes. My friend is staying there, so
That's fine.
okay.
I'd love to
Are
meet
you
your
okay?
friends. No, I'm literally fine. Nobody touched me.
With the energy up, casually throws aside.
I gotta say, people of this world are they're really fun. He says with like one of the warmest smiles I think you've ever seen from him.
Oh, okay. Stefano smiles. He's happy. He's like, okay.
Do you want to walk with me?
Yeah, you want to finish helping these guys out first, or can I assist?
Sure. We need to just guide them over to the base.
Can do. Isaac travels with you for a time, and it's weird. Stefano, you've never had the sensation of working arm in arm with the man before? Usually it's as his second in command or as his functional butler. But for a little bit, you and Isaac together perform basically like relief work. And you see a look of peace spread over the man's face that you haven't seen in literal ages. But
It's nice to be away from the stasis sometimes.
that isn't the only place that's being visited tonight.
Oh.
At the center of his kingdom, the Huntmaster rests. He stands at attention. Call it an instinct. Call it some sort of primal understanding of the swamp. It's in its complete mastery. You understand how it moves, how it responds. And right now it's laughing? Such a strange thing. You look across the room, and you see your various, members of your family scattered about, eating the 3 square meals a day that they prepared for you. And you look at the skylight, and the skylight starts to grow dark, and dark, and darker, and darker, and you're...
Everyone fucking scatter!
BOOM! And that is where we're ending this session! Willow, you're home!
Homecoming.
Come home, Willow.
Holy shit! Thank you all for a spectacular session. You all are fucking joys to play with.
Oh, shucks. No, you.
Oh my god. I'm so happy about fucking everything. Holy shit. Y'all, we're in Beleth now. Next week, get excited for Beleth arc. Yep.
Let's
get
go.
excited.
Yeah. What? We got fan art.
We got fan art.
Fuck yeah.
This immigrant was put together by Final Dream Machine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Y'all ever play a reflection session and forget that shit happened at the start of it?
Oh yeah.
It's literally all the time, man.
So good.
From Angel Fighter. Yeah.
I like
Oh,
that's really good.
God, don't.
That's so good.
Ace.
13, yeah.
Wait, did they hear us talk about this?
We didn't talk about this, but
Okay.
Holy shit.
How do you guys just
Yeah,
know?
I don't know how
They know.
to do.
Dungeon
I just
Master
know.
Zero.
Yo.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't wait till Dungeon Master Zero draws the next session. Oh my god.
Yeah!
I'm hyped.
I'm so fucking hyped.
Not the sneeze.
I did the most in-character sneeze ever.
Why does my neck hurt? Yeah.
It's
Nope.
so heavy.
Yeah.
Nope, nope, not.
It's just some nobility.
The creature.
Can't put my arms down. Yeah. Squeak. Yeah.
Squeaky. It's squeaky.
Alright, then we got all these from BHP with Getting a deserved rest, roll play. Seeing other worlds, roll
play.
One of the strongest espers, roll
Roll
sigh. Demon trying to get into your head, roll to deny. Making the best eggs, roll to fry. Be a ninja, roll to deny. Let's see. Do your first bar mitzvah, roll to
Yo!
rabbi.
You guys fucking kill it every single week on the fan art. What the fuck?
Yeah.
For 30 minutes. Yeah.
For 30
What the heck?
It's conscious on my deathbed.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sticky
suddenly
Flame
your flame
Saga.
isn't good enough for the Sticky Flame Saga.
Yeah. God, imagine if I just fucking slurped Argos. Give everyone what they want.
Oh, I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Every time I'm reminded Argos is tall, I lose it.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. God!
Things Fate Weaver would go, lol.
Suck
Suck
It's gonna be Ace.
Sorry.
Sucky.
So we're gonna fight, should I, to stop them?
Badger the Badger!
Suckies.
Suckies. Oh my god.
The basils.
Oh my god, the
Yeah.
basils.
Apparently I'm
All
too
3 of
stinky.
them!
No alcohol on mission.
No alcohol on mission. Already stopped the Rangers from smoking lemonade. Now my friends become addicted to water. Ping burn.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
then we got.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at her!
Look at
Oh
her!
my god!
I volunteer.
That's so good.
I threw up.
Stefano every night.
Giant so hard you die again.
As if we didn't need you, I hit you so hard you die again.
Yeah, let's go. The say sweep.
They sweep.
Say
Say
sweet.
sweet, say sweet.
I fought better. Skiffy.
Oh, that 15? Oh my god.
Only if I can come, God. Yeah. Oh yeah, this I can do.
Yo,
I love it.
let's
Yeah.
go.
Oh yeah, this I can do.
Look, it's Presley.
Oh my god.
Oh, and this Hedeca one. Let me grab this one because this one's like a GIF. Let me.
Oh. Oh.
Don't worry. Let me just oop. Yeah, this. Going back to grab
Beautiful
this.
thing.
Yeah, the.
Yes, lovely.
Love that.
Nice. Why did that break then? Let me just fucking scroll. Sorry about that. I'll reveal it back in a second. Things broke when I was grabbing GIFage, so I'm gonna go back to where we were, and then there we go. Okay. Roll 20.
Oh yeah, this I can do.
Oh wait, that's fan art. There we go. Squeaky is squeaky.
Oh.
Oh
Child.
my god.
You gotta take me with.
Lol.
You need to protect. Fucking Imgur. Why you keep fucking up?
Imgur!
You hungry
Damn it.
invader.
Get out of here!
Get out of here! Wait, let me
Get outta
scroll back down. Don't worry, chat. I'm doing my best. Wait, let me close the GIF. Maybe that'll fix it.
Aloha, you are a champion, and
You're doing
feel
fucking great.
fucking
What the
Yes.
fuck?
support.
What the
Is
fuck?
there
You're
something
doing a
that's
weird
crashing?
full screen thing, man. It's
Imgur
creepy.
just broken.
What?
Is there something that's crashing it that, like, once you reach that certain point?
Maybe. Let me see. Let
Because
me
it was in the same spot.
Who drew the
Yeah.
cursed image?
Yeah, let's see. Scrolling. Oh god. I think it's the GIF trying to load is what's breaking.
Oh.
Let me just like fucking.
Damn.
Let me just put this over here. Let me stop the screen share. Because, and just, do my best to try to. I'm just gonna show, Discord. So, yeah, and then you got it
for your
with me.
service, sir.
It's time to teach Basil to need to feel protect. Like, need to protect. Send out Agent Presley. God, imagine. Golden Knight. Yo.
GK!
Golden Knight.
Yeah, and
Oh.
then we got the native, the Garce pup. God, those
The
pictures
Garce
are so
pup.
good.
Chad handed me those and went, "Here's a nightmare," and I'm like, "This is the most beautiful thing I've seen in my life."
I was gonna say, Nightmare, how dare you? This is my favorite dinosaur.
This is the best creature.
So
Yeah, and there's the Presley.
Oh goodness.
Oh my
Look at
god.
And then, sorry, writing the worm, and then the dill.
Yo!
Oh, lovely.
Oh my god, it's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, hi YouTube.
Oh.
Nice.
Holy shit.
But yeah, thank you all for coming out. If you saw where we were showing off that fan art, that's the Discord. Oh my gosh. It's where you can talk about the show with other people that like to talk about the show. And if you want to support the show monetarily, make sure to support the Sentiment TTRPG Patreon, where you can find the gifts of the PCs and also some of the NPCs if you give money. And see all the amazing stuff that's gonna come up and stuff. Other than that, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube and comment down below, because it really helps this reach a wider audience of people. And the more people who watch, the more we can do this. So yeah, and thank you, Jay, for running this.
Yeah, thank you all for playing.
Running this.
This
Aloha,
was a-
thank you for streaming.
Thank you so much for
Yeah.
fucking streaming it.
Hi.
And thank you everyone for beating it.
Everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.